Michael Cameron. This is Cameron Academy. We've been around for over 20 years, 21 years since June. So I'm very proud to say that we survived at least one recession. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. But wow, what a time it is to be in real estate. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's going on in our business, in the industry in general. Laws have changed with commission compensation. I don't know if you've been paying attention to that. Uh, yeah, there's not quite a reduction. I would definitely debate that there's an actual reduction in commission that's being earned. And hopefully I can get the broker that's actually hosting us in our class here, and Dr. Phillips, to speak a little bit to that and how the laws have impacted their business. And I think you'd be surprised as to how it's actually helped their business and earn more commission than what they anticipated and more than what they saw before the law had changed. And what was the whole purpose of the law? To make compensation and the way it was distributed more fair, right? Buyers didn't feel like they had to pay out of pocket to their agent for commission, but that's how it was until the law changed. Sellers fought back and said, hey, listen, I'm not going to pay commission to not just my listing agent, but also the agent that's basically battling against me and trying to beat me up on the price. So now you do have to get your compensation from the buyer if you're the buyer's agent. You could still negotiate for the seller to make some concessions. That's how they describe it now. So you just have to be particular on the wording, but it's still the same thing. You're still getting compensated 9 times out of 10 by the seller. At least here in the state of Florida, things vary from state to state, as you can imagine. But I mean, inventory is extremely low. I don't know if you noticed that as well. People that are sitting on the sidelines trying to buy a house, they want to, but interest rates, right? So it's a weird time that we're in. But the good news about real estate is you can see beyond the horizon. If you study the past and what's happened throughout the history of our real estate market, you can anticipate what's going to happen in the future. And we knew that interest rates at 2% were unsustainable. And eventually interest rates were going to come back up, but people got spoiled and didn't realize that that was the right opportunity to buy if you were thinking about purchasing. But now they're on the sidelines with interest rates at 7%, thinking if they can just get down to 5, right, then maybe I'll jump back in. But who knows what's going to happen in the future? Big election as well. And then laws are going to change with that. So with all things considered, I think now is a good time to start your real estate career because things are slow. I can admit to you, but we're a seasonal business. And historically, around this time of year, because of the holidays, the real estate market tends to slow down. But now is the best time to learn. And I think you'd agree with that, right? Because you don't want to get involved in the real estate industry when things are hot, when the real estate industry is buzzing, because then you have this false understanding of what the real estate market actually is, and false expectations, unrealistic expectations of what is to be. And you don't realize we're a seasonal business, and just like the squirrel that stores those seeds, right? You have to store your commissions and money that you're making to prepare for the slow time. And if you're a seasoned real estate professional, you know this is the slow time of the year. But good news for you, now is a time to learn, dig deep in your education. This is your solid foundation. And then when things pick back up, you're gonna be ready for that. But we'll get a little bit more into what it takes to find the right brokerage company and the rules, regulations, procedures of when working for a brokerage company. That is all to come. But right now, I just want to kind of set expectations for this class. And the best way to do that is through that handout that I provided to you in your folder. And then I'm going to share my screen with all of you taking class online so you can follow along. And it's a 5-step guide to getting your real estate license. Mine might look a little bit different from yours just because you have the updated version of it, but most of the information is still the same. It's going to be consistent to what you have in front of you. or it could take its time. Either way, nobody's waiting. All right, so essentially what I put together for you guys to save you some time, just in case you have any confusion later on as to what it takes to get the real estate license, this will simplify all the steps that are required to obtain that Florida real estate license. And that's the reason why you're in this class, to get a real estate license so you can start practicing, help people with buying and selling, earn commissions, right? Take over the state of Florida if you wish. Okay. Having some technical difficulties. It's okay. You can preview it. Welcome. Hi. Here for class? Okay. Welcome. You're in the right place. Go ahead and grab a seat. You have that table towards the back. Oh, there we go. Actually, it's perfect timing. There we go. This is what I want to show you. So this should be in front of you. And I want to go through the 5 basic steps towards obtaining the Florida real estate license. Just tells you a little bit about our company, but as I mentioned to you, we've been around for a very long time, providing exceptional real estate education. And we've taught some of the top real estate professionals in the state, if not the nation. And they all started their career right here. This is your foundation. This is where it begins. This is where you get the knowledge that's utilized in order to not only get your license, but set you down the right path. Because I think a lot of schools, they miss the boat on that. They really miss the mark on putting you guys down the correct path and providing a little bit of foreshadowing as to what is to be expected once you get the license. Okay, now I have my license. What do I do with it? So we'll touch on that briefly as we progress. But for now, if you look at step number 1, it's complete the pre-license course. Congratulations, you're in the right place, okay? So give yourself a pat on the back for that. You're in the right place. And you need to complete this course in its entirety in order to move on towards getting your real estate license. We'll talk about what it takes to complete this class and not missing any days and what happens if you do miss a day and the unforeseen and so forth. But step number 2 is submitting what? What does it say? Fingerprints. And this is for a level 2 background check that has to be conducted in order for you to get this real estate license. Level 2 is not just Florida, but it's FBI, making sure you're not a wanted criminal trying to get a real estate license. I don't think you would be here if that was the case, but regardless, it is required for this type of licensure. It does not matter if you got fingerprints done for another profession. I've had students that are teachers and had to get their fingerprints done to work with kids. I've had students that have top level government security clearance and they've seen some things. They've seen some aliens. No, I'm just kidding. And they had to get their fingerprints done all over again to get the Florida real estate license. So you're not exempt. To get this license does require this background check. Did you have a question about that? The fingerprints for the DVR. Specifically for real estate. Last year. They're only good for 6 months. Yes, I'm serious. Yes, fingerprints by themselves are only good for 6 months, so you'd have to do them all over again. Yeah, but luckily we make it simple. We have a partnership with a national vendor for fingerprinting services and make it very seamless for you guys. And they have locations all over the place, very convenient. So even if you don't live in the Dr. Phillips area, they have locations all over the state, if not the nation. Anyhow, so you can ignore this. Don't worry about copying that down. We used to use a person that would come to the classroom and do fingerprints, but now you guys just do it independently and it's the same price. All right, application is step number 3. You must submit your application electronically. Don't print it out and mail it in. That's how I got my real estate license, but that's many moons ago. For you guys, everything is electronic, everything is digital, so it's effortless. And I'll share with you the process of doing that, but the link is in front of you, so there should be no doubts as to what website you visit in order to submit your application. And it also breaks down every single step, starting from the home page and beyond. Yeah, this does cost money. So do fingerprints and that level 2 background check. This is what it takes to get the Florida real estate license. You have to pay these fees. So the background check is $105. Right? We provide you with the link. I don't know if you already received that link via email. Go ahead and do that as soon as possible. Don't waste any time submitting your fingerprints for that level 2 background check. And once you submit those fingerprints electronically, 24 hours later, go ahead and submit the application. So wait at least 24 hours to pass before. Question.
We did the application.
You did the application. Are you approved? Okay, so you're exam eligible. Okay, that's a different story. You mentioned to me you just did the fingerprints. So if you did the fingerprints and the application and you're eligible, eligibility lasts for 2 years. Okay, does that help you out? Don't make me the enemy. I don't make these rules. Yeah, I don't take fingerprints from you guys. I don't take the application from you guys. That has to be done independently. I just know the time periods you have to conform to. So anyhow, the application is the cheapest it's ever been. It's the most affordable it's ever been in the history of getting a real estate license. It's only about 40 something dollars. Before, at least when I got my license, it was about $200+. So it's extremely affordable now to get your real estate license than in the past when I got mine. But I got my license before we started the school. So anyhow, let's continue. Step number 4 is to pass your class what? Exam. We're talking about the exam with Cameron Academy, not the state exam. And you have to pass our class exam. Luckily, we make it easy for you. You have to pass the class exam in order to earn a certificate that allows you to sit for your state test. And once you pass the state exam, then you get the license. So Cameron Academy, nor does any school in the state of Florida issue you your license. You don't get your license from a real estate school. You get the certificate that's needed to get your license. Does that make sense? And the way to earn that certificate, once again, is to pass our class exam. And I'll show you how we make it probably easier than other schools because we realize it's a stepping stone. The most important thing is to fully prepare you for the state exam. And we do a hell of a job at preparing you for the state exam. I would say we're the best in the state of Florida. And what we stick to and the knowledge that we focus on is exactly what you need to know to pass the state exam. That's what you can rely on by taking this 2-week course. Now, key details. The location of the class exam. You're going to take it independently through our website. So it's up to you to find a quiet space with no distractions, reliable internet connection. And you're going to take it independently. Your final exam. You're not going to take it here. You're going to take it through our software on our website. All right, so it's proctored through our website. And some features of that. You have 30 days to access the final exam starting from the first day of class. So what's today's date? The 2nd? Yeah. So you have by January 1st to wrap up everything with us. And you don't have access to the final exam right now. I don't know if you tried to mess around by clicking on that button that said start exam or whatever the case may be. It doesn't allow you to access it. It's not unlocked yet. But at the end of the class, it will be unlocked for you to access. And that's when you can actually complete that exam and earn the certificate. We give you how many hours to complete the class exam? 3 hours, plenty of time. Most students finish in about an hour and a half. But once again, you click that start quiz button, that time is going to start ticking away. Just to give you a heads up on that. All right, and you have maximum how many attempts? 2 attempts. Your first attempt is your best chance of passing because your grade must be what? 70% or higher. So Michael, you're saying, my name is Michael, I'm talking in third person. Michael, you're telling me that I can miss 30 questions and still pass my class exam? Yes, I'm telling you that you can miss 30 questions and still be able to pass your class exam. There should be no reason why you fail our class exam. And once again, I'll show you how you can prepare for it. But if you don't pass, you have maximum 2 attempts. You have to wait at least 30 days for your second attempt if you don't pass on your first. Imagine how much information you can lose in 30 days. Don't put yourself on that path. You should pass on the first attempt. But if you don't, you have to wait 30 days. And when you come back, your grade must be how much? 75% or higher. Yeah. You have up to a year for your second attempt, but you have to wait at least 30 days. This is the rule, and that's what's in front of us. If you don't pass on your second attempt, you only have 2 attempts. You must retake the what? Retake the course. So I don't need you guys to pay tuition again. Okay. I need you guys to pass and move on to the next step. That's what's going to make me happy. You'll be happy because you got the most out of your investment. And that's all of our students. That should be you as well. But we're not going to take the exam for you. It's up to you. And you have to comply with these time periods that I'm sharing with you as well. Now, the question I get is, how long should I take to prepare for the class exam? It should take you no longer than 1 week to prepare for the class exam. So following the end of this class, which is next week, Friday, the clock should start ticking for you. Within 1 week, I need to take this class exam, pass, move on to the next step. A certificate, once you pass, will be automatically added to your account. It's going to be on your dashboard. You probably noticed this when you logged in. You saw on your dashboard, it says course, and then you have one that you signed up for, and then you'll see certificates also on the dashboard, but it says 0 because you haven't passed the class exam. Once you pass, it will automatically be added to your platform. So there's not like a downtime or a waiting period or wait 24 hours before your certificate becomes available. It's available instantly when you pass. And that's through our proprietary software. And the certificate we issue is good for how long? 2 years, plenty of time to take the state exam, pass, and earn your license. And the last step is to pass the what? The state exam, exactly. And the whole purpose of this class, once again, is to prepare you for that state exam. And you should feel prepared by the end of this 2-week session. But once again, it does take additional effort. We can't study for you. We're not going to take your exams for you. It's up to you to get the most out of your investment. And hopefully you do so. But we'll push you along the way. Now, when your application and fingerprints have been approved by the state, you get an email by the national testing vendor. We'll send you an email. The national testing vendor is called Pearson VUE. You'll see it in front of you. It's pearsonvue.com. This is the company that has a technology that administers the state exam. So when you take your state exam, you take it through Pearson VUE, but they send the results to the state, and the state will then issue you the license. This is how it works, because the state doesn't want to manage software. They just want to use a third-party company. They handle it, and then they send the results. You'll get a 9-digit code via email from Pearson VUE that allows you to schedule your state exam. It does cost money to schedule the state exam, but only about $50. They give you 3.5 hours to take the state exam, and your passing grade must always be what? Yes. And even on the first attempt, 75%. It costs money for every attempt. So if you don't pass, it's not the end of the world. It's not like other professions where you have to wait 30 days. And then if you don't pass on the second attempt, then you have to wait 6 months and then all of these delays. No, you pay 24 hours later if you don't pass, you pay again, and then you can schedule based on availability. They even allow you to take your state exam at home, which is a new thing because of the Pandy. I don't know if you know what the Pandy is, but but you get it. So they implemented the software, but it's highly regulated. If you take it at home, you can't have anything in front of you, nothing on the walls. They're going to watch you through your webcam. You have to have audio on, webcam on, and give them a tour of your room, cell phone beyond arm's length, all these weird things to prevent cheating at all costs. Now, the results are received at the testing facility, so they're going to give it to you at the reception desk. Passes are not graded, only what? Only fails. So you don't get that satisfaction of knowing what your score is if you pass. Yeah. Unlike other professions like nursing and so forth, for real estate, if you pass, all the results, that piece of paper they hand you with your results says pass. That's it. You don't get that satisfaction of knowing what your grade is so you can brag to all of your friends and coworkers and so forth. You can't do that. But I just submitted my name to be a part of something called the Florida Real Estate Commission, which we're going to learn about under the current governor, which we'll discuss further. And I think I'd make that change if I got elected, because I do think that it would be important for the real estate education industry, just like nursing. If you try to get a nursing degree or try to take a CNA class, they share the school's pass-fail rate of their students. I think that's very important. So you can decide where you want to actually hang your hat. Anyhow, but they don't want to schools to advertise it and all these things. I just don't think that's right. Anyhow, if you don't pass, you have to wait at least 24 hours and it does cost per attempt. There's unlimited attempts. You can actually pay to review the test you failed. This is a similar expense, about $50, and they give you an hour and a half to review the test you failed. And that has to be within 21 days of your fail date. So a lot of information to digest here, but at least it's all in one place. So that way, if you ever lose this information, you can turn to this flyer I provided to you, and that should answer any question that you might have. Of course, we're here for you guys, and we'll answer any questions that you have, any concerns in the future, any confusion. Support@CameronAcademy.com. The email is there on that page as well. Shouldn't be an issue to solve any problem that you might have. We've been doing it for a long time. Anyhow, the way I like to start the class is to learn a little bit more about you. So yes, it's that awkward moment where we individually introduce ourselves to the class. And I want you to share a few things with your fellow classmates. Your name, of course, don't forget that. Where you're from, if you're not originally from Florida, why you decided to get a real estate license, and then how you heard about Cameron Academy. So once again, your name, where you're from, why you decided to get a real estate license, what inspired you to become a real estate professional, and how you heard about us, Cameron Academy. So people that are most nervous usually tend to sit in the back. I know you came a little bit later, so that's why you're sitting in the back, but we start in the back and work our way to the front. So if you don't mind introducing yourself to the class, please. Yes. Nice.
I actually was gonna do my real estate a couple years ago, and I went through Gold Coast schools back
Okay.
then.
Was it a good experience, or?
It's just that I had got another job and got comfortable there, and
Yeah.
I like my job, but I just want to make more money, and I've always been told I've been good at sales, and I actually want to get into like flipping houses and things like that.
Nice. Awesome.
And I heard about you guys from looking at other schools online.
Very cool. That's awesome. Yeah, so I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, Gold Coast, they started
with them, and your hours with my job worked better for me than they did.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have many courses available right now this time of year, but I'm glad it worked out for you as far as the time is considered. But yeah, we've been around for a long time, and our goal is to make sure you have the best experience here. And I think you'll see that at the end of the 2-week session. Thank you for sharing. What I provided to you was an index card. And what I want you to do with this index card, besides the introduction of your name to your fellow classmates and myself, I want you to take it, fold it over long ways, kind of like you're making a hot dog bun. But like so, if you look at me in this demonstration, write your first name big and bold across the front of it and set it down in front of you so we can learn all of your wonderful names. Big and bold. If your first name is hard for most people to pronounce, then you could use a nickname. Up to you. And online students, I'll get to you guys in just a moment. If at any point audio goes out, just let me know, because this thing is battery powered, even though I got the extended version. Want to make sure that you guys can hear me at all times. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. So where you're from, if you're not originally from Florida? Nice. Yeah. Why you decided to get a real estate license? Oh, okay, cool.
Because I took it at the center, they voided all the tests.
Oh, wow.
So I just never went back to the school and ended up going to college instead. I'm 20 now, and I've always wanted to do it, but I never thought to do it during COVID.
Yeah.
So here I am, graduating college
Mhm.
this month, and I was like, I might as well just get my license now that I'll have the free time to do so.
Awesome. What are you studying? Okay, that's an important subject to study right now for sure. Yeah. So, do you know anything about blockchain and cryptography and all? Are you getting into any of that stuff? Okay. Very interesting how AI is going to affect that because, I mean, with the advancements in AI, I mean, they'll be able to crack any cybersecurity firewall or whatever the case may be. So that's very interesting. But thank you for sharing. Yeah, I bet. Yes, sir. Hi. Cool.
My real estate school was to help military vets acquire homes over here to make it more seamless for them.
Mhm.
For the last about a year and a half.
Yeah. How did you hear about us?
Oh,
Okay. Let her do the research. You go.
yeah,
So you guys came together. What's the connection?
pretty.
Okay. Awesome. Dating and getting your real estate licenses together. Awesome. Hopefully that works out and you both get your licenses at the same time and take over together, form your own team and all of that good stuff. Thank you so much for sharing, both of you. Yes, ma'am. Where are you from? Okay. Nice.
Taught internationally for 15 years, teaching now here at Orange County. Um, I'm also a real estate investor, but I know it's important to, I know real estate agents kind of, a lot of real estate agents are going into investing now, so
Yeah.
I do that. So I took an ACEable course. I still have my material, and for whatever reason, just never had time to.
ACEable's online.
Yeah.
I did it too.
Yeah. And
So it's a little bit rough online.
Yeah, because it's like, I'm like constantly doing it and I'm like, oh my goodness, and I'm looking at the percentage, it's ridiculous. So then.
Yeah.
I said, no, I just have to basically come in class.
Yeah.
To actually get it done. So since last year, I've been doing it.
Okay.
That's why I got the licensing thing and everything. but,
Cool. How'd you find us?
Google.
Google. Okay. I
Yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Yes. Okay.
And I'm originally from Miami, raised there.
Cool.
Also lived internationally too for a while. And
When you say internet, you both said international, taught international and then lived in it. Where specifically?
Well, we're teachers. Well,
Well,
she was,
I was a kid when
she
I-
was the
when I
kid,
moved.
so she was like basically raised in Dubai.
Oh, okay. Were you teaching in Dubai? Okay.
Yeah.
How was that experience? Yes.
And
Okay.
I also spent 4.5 years in China.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, so
So-
the lockdown was the beginning, we were prisoners.
Wow.
I also,
Your face.
I also studied architecture, so, at SCAD. But
Okay.
I never was able to really pursue it. I fell into education.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've always been interested in buildings and homes and like all that stuff, so.
Well, you chose the right profession for sure. If you have a love for architecture and all things architecture, building and so forth, you're definitely in the right spot. Thank you so much for sharing. Welcome. Yes, ma'am.
My mom, she actually graduated from here like 3 years ago.
Mhm.
So she told me about it. I was born in Venezuela. I grew up here in Orlando. I lived in Miami for 7 years. I just moved back.
Okay, no Miami Mafia is forming, okay?
And the reason I started this is because I've been interested in investing into
Okay.
properties and being able to own multiple properties and sell them.
Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Born and raised in Orlando.
Oh, wow. Few and the proud.
I started off in 2005 for college as a mortgage loan officer, so I was there during the boom 2005, 2008.
Yeah.
Company went out of business, and
Were you working for a Morgan Stanley or?
First,
Okay.
I became a mortgage underwriter. Did that for 10 years. Absolutely absolutely hated it. And,
Mm.
so totally got out, and now I do health coaching and things like that. But my parents are both realtors. My stepmom was a broker, a real estate brokerage company in Syracuse. So she's like, get your real estate license so you can join our team. I'm like,
Okay. Yeah, awesome. Easy transition, right? You got a job waiting for you. That's pretty cool. Online, thank you so much for sharing, everybody. Thank you. Let's turn to our online students here. Hubert,
Hey, can you hear me?
yes, we can.
All right. Yeah, my name is Hubert. I am originally from France. I was born and raised overseas. Moved to the US in 1996, where I met my beautiful wife, Shirley, that you'll hear about in a few minutes. And I work as an engineer. And the reason why I wanted to join the class is a little bit of a side hustle that I'm thinking about. And I want to learn a little bit more about real estate and possibly do some investing in the future.
Thank you so much for sharing. Welcome. Okay, Shirley, hard act to
Hi.
follow.
Hi, my name is Shirley. Which pretty much was raised here in Florida, born in New York. The reason I'm taking this class is because, like my husband said, maybe do a side hustle, investment, but probably purchasing our first home, so having that commission come to us. And we heard about you guys through some research online and Google.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, both of you. Welcome. And it's always nice to have a study buddy, right? Somebody you can rely on, maybe ask you questions, flashcards, and so forth. Anyhow, thank you so much for sharing. Andre,
Hello, my name is Andre. I'm from Brazil. I used to be a sales director in the ag retail business, and I came to the US 2 years ago, decided to become a real estate agent to connect the network of people that I know in Brazil, investors in Brazil, with the real estate in Florida. And I heard about Camero Academy through the broker that I'm going to work with.
awesome. What's the name of the broker?
Epic Realty.
Epic. Epic. Do you have a name, a specific name of the broker?
Me? Melo.
It's probably my student, but anyhow, thank you so much for sharing. Welcome.
Thank you.
And moving on to Susie.
Hi, I'm Susie. I'm from Florida, born in Jacksonville. It's where I currently am. And I'm taking it online, even though I would love to be in person, but you guys are in Orlando. But I recently graduated from college, and I actually was taking my real estate class my senior year, and I underestimated my schedule and just I wasn't able to do that, and it was fully on my own terms, so it didn't work. I'm better with face-to-face and instructor and that kind of thing. But my mom definitely inspired me for real estate all my life. She's kind of exposed me to it, so I've always been interested in it. And what was the other question? Oh,
How'd you hear about us?
yeah. So I actually did like review hunting in all these different places. So I really wanted to find someone I could at least like be on Zoom with and talk to people and that kind of thing. So that's why you guys really stood out to me. So
Awesome. Thank you so much, Susie, joining us from Jacksonville. We appreciate it. Okay, and Dominique?
So sorry, having a hard time unmuting. Hello, my name is Dominique Hassel. I am originally from Toledo, Ohio. I moved here maybe about 10 years ago. So I lived in Michigan. Then from Michigan, I went to Las Vegas for college. And then I came here after because my parents bought a home here to retire and they wanted me to be here. So that's why I'm here currently. I work at T. Rowe Price. I work with investments and pretty much do trading. So I am interested in the real estate class, and I found this on Google. Same thing. I kind of looked at their reviews, and then I tried to see who had like the best time frame because I work from 8 to 5 that fit my schedule, so I could actually do the class and understand everything and still pass the test. So yeah, I was really happy to find you guys. I'm very excited. I don't know. I'm ready to purchase a home. So I wanted to take this class so I can kind of know the ins and outs and surprises of purchasing a home. So I can kind of be versed and have a bit more access to better things than a normal home buyer because I'm in it. And yeah, that's about it.
Well said. And where are you joining us from?
I'm in Orlando, Florida.
Okay, you are in Orlando. Okay.
I'm in
good.
Orlando currently.
Yeah, I mean, if you said your mother and your parents, they purchased a retirement home in Florida 10 years ago.
And Kissimmee, yes, they love it here. They actually got a really good deal. I should have been
Oh, yeah.
purchasing a home when they bought. So when they bought, the
Right.
market crashed, they got their house
They
for
look like
like
geniuses.
yes, like 100 grand cash they paid for like a 350 something dollar house. And then they talked to me like it's easy. I'm like, it's not the same. But yes.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you so much. Well said. We
Okay.
appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. So I guess I can share a little bit more about myself. I've been in real estate, it feels like my entire life. I started when I was 18, but I never thought I was going to be in real estate. If I'm being honest with you, I thought I was going to be in the music business. I thought I was going to be a famous music producer. I did some studying in music. Didn't go to university because I started producing music when I was in middle school. Throughout middle school and then high school, and then beyond that, worked with a few major artists and had those experiences in those big studios with those major artists that are still major artists today, but nothing that got picked up for an album. So I have the recordings, but they didn't go anywhere. So it got to a point where it wasn't sustainable financially for me to continue in the real estate business unless I supplemented with something else. And I didn't want to be that leech for my parents. I wanted to carve my own path. So I decided to give real estate a shot, and I haven't looked back ever since. So that's what real estate's done for me. And as much as I love music and the entertainment industry and so forth, real estate is more fun. And it's fun to get in all aspects of real estate. And when you realize how many components, how many different facets of real estate there are, the opportunities are really endless. And I'm not just trying to blow smoke up you, okay? I'm telling you because I know a lot of you already are thinking about investing. Investing is a completely separate world of real estate that you can unlock, but it comes with education. It comes with a solid foundation. And that's what we're going to get in this 2-week session. But anyhow, I got into real estate with my sales associate license. And then eventually I got my appraiser's license just for kicks and giggles. And then after that, I think I started just collecting licenses. I got my mortgage license, and then I got my broker's license. And then I opened up my own brokerage office. And then I got my instructor's license, and then started my own school. And here we are today, Cameron Academy, and we're going 21 years strong. So I'm very proud of that achievement. And I'm also on the investing side. So I know a lot of you are thinking about investing and getting into that aspect of the business. I can shed some light on that for you guys. I've flipped dozens of properties over the years. I've developed property, constructed multifamily and so forth. So we'll learn a little bit more about those aspects of the business, but obviously that's not our main focus. But we try to, based on my experience at least, bring that knowledge to the table and give you those things that we want to know about that are not necessarily in black and white, is what I'm saying. Something that you won't definitely see if you're taking the class online, but because you're in person with an instructor who's been there and has those experiences, I can share those with you. And if you have any questions about it, I'm an open book. And I think that's what you guys invested in. You invested in that expertise, that knowledge. So I'm more than willing to share that with you. Anyhow, right now, with the way the market is, and Florida is the most moved to state in the nation. We realize that, right? Everybody and their mama is moving out to Florida versus Texas. Even though Texas is one of those states that a lot of people are moving to, Florida more so than any other state in the nation. Just think about that. And that also helps us understand how we fit and the value that we bring to somebody that's moving from New York to Orlando, Florida? What do they want in their dream house? What type of agent do they want to work with that's going to help them with this transition? So those are things you should start thinking about now with the trends that are going on in our business, and hopefully I can guide you down that path. Anyhow, I can share a little bit more about myself as we proceed, but we have plenty of time for that. Let's go ahead and take a break. I want you guys to be back at 6 sharp. We got about a 15-minute break. Stretch out, grab a snack, make a phone call, do all that good stuff. Be ready to rock and roll. Restrooms are down the hall. So is that the question? So if you're looking for the restrooms, and there's a water fountain over there, just take a left at the stairs and down the hall. You can't miss it. And your hot water, if you want it, I can hook you up. Dying for that hot water. You brought a tea bag with you, or what? Okay, got you. Yeah, I get it. There you go. Okay. All right, let's get started with our session for today. We cover at least 2 units in every single session. Today's no different. We're going to cover units 1 and 2. And naturally, we're going to start with unit 1. First day of school. You guys ready? All right. Let's get started. This is just an introduction to the real estate business. So I'll be brief and stick to the most important parts of this unit. You can rely on that. Every unit is going to start the same. You'll see page number 1. The unit will be in the upper left-hand corner. Then we see the title, key points we're going to discuss, real estate terminology that we're going to encounter throughout the unit. But we're actually going to begin on page 2. Page 2, if you can get there. And this textbook is really easy to navigate. How do I know that? Well, I've been teaching long enough, I should know. But for you guys who are seeing this textbook for the first time, you'll notice each page is organized as follows. You'll see the page number displayed either at the top left or the bottom right, but every line has a number assigned to it. So I'll tell you, for instance, page 2, line 9, you can easily navigate to exactly where we need to be. However, if you ever get lost, you can always look up here, as we can see up here on the screen. Shouldn't be an issue. But if I mention something to you in the textbook, we need to assume that it's important. And if it's important, I provided you with the highlighter. I want you guys to highlight it to make sure you have enough ink, okay? Because you probably felt the weight of this textbook and you're thinking this whole thing in 2 weeks, really, Michael? Don't worry, we're going to get through it. But to make sure you can stretch the ink in this highlighter, highlight the numbers on the left side of the page rather than the lines all the way through. It's going to save you some time and some wrist aches as well. So what we see on line 9, specifically, real estate professionals possess what? Some participation, expert what? Information. What does that mean? Well, we as real estate professionals are going to provide specialized service. You'll see that here. And expertise for various types of compensation. Of course, that's what people rely on us for, right? But there's different areas of knowledge that we must have as a real estate professional, and that's what we're going to go through together. The 3 in particular are in front of us, and you'll notice one is pre-highlighted, and this is by design. You'll notice lines 23 through 28 are highlighted with a number next to it. What number do you see next to this? 70. So this is what you need to know to answer final exam question. Yes, final exam question number what? 70. You're welcome. And I'm going to be providing this to you 1 through 100 throughout the entire textbook. Yes, your final exam is 100 questions. You're welcome once again. We didn't have to do this, but obviously, I can't give you questions and answers, but I'm showing you exactly what you need to focus on for every single question that will appear on the class exam. Is that all right? So there should be no issue in passing the final exam, correct? You should all get 100%, correct? Okay, new passing grade is 100%. No, I'm just kidding. So what we see for the first area of knowledge is knowledge of what? Property what? Yeah, line 18, knowledge of property transfer. What does that mean? There's going to be specific units dedicating to understand what that means. But what goes into a real estate transaction or the transfer of real estate? What goes into that transaction? What do you have to have knowledge of? What do people rely on real estate agents to help them out with? What about contracts? What about laws? What about financing and zoning ordinances and so forth? All of this is relevant, and that's the knowledge that we bring into the real estate transaction. That's what people rely on, and that's how we're compensated for that knowledge. Makes sense. The second area, which we're going to be tested on, class exam question, is knowledge of what? Yeah, and maybe something specifically is what you might see in this question. I might have highlighted it. I think I had a dream about it last night. Anyhow. But of course, we have to have knowledge of what happens in our market and how that affects the product that we're selling. Does that make sense to you guys? I touched on this briefly in the introduction to this class. Didn't we talk about that? Florida's most moved to state in the nation. That's going to affect some things, right? Market conditions. New presidency, new administration. That's going to affect some things, correct? And the ambition to get interest rates down and so forth. All of these things are relevant. And that's what people rely on you for as well. You got to have your ear to the ground, right? And the third area of knowledge is what? How to market what? Real estate and businesses. Of course, people trust in you to understand what type of market we're currently in. Is it a buyer's market or is it a seller's market? Is now a good time to buy? I don't know, man. I really want to purchase a home, but I'm not quite sure. Or is now the time to sell because prices are going to go down and people don't want to miss out on all that wonderful equity that they have in their homes? These are things that you provide expertise on. But that makes sense, right? And that's what we're going to gain throughout this 2-week session and even beyond that. Let's continue on to page 3. If I can get your attention for just a second. We refer to the real estate business as real estate what? Starts with a V. Brokerage. Once again, let me repeat this. We refer to the real estate business as real estate brokerage. This is what we call the real estate business. So what is it the business of? You'll see it in front of us. You're a matchmaker. You're connecting buyers and what? Owners and what? And with completing a real estate transaction, and that's how you're compensated for that connection that you're making, correct? The negotiation, being a facilitator. There's many components of our business, including naturally sales and leasing, property management, appraising, financing, and even what? Or also known as consulting, which is a component of our business. We'll talk about this further. They tell you most successful and savvy real estate professionals will tell you not to be a jack of all trades. Have you heard of this before? Because then you'll end up as a master of what? None. I live by a different philosophy. I just want to consume as much knowledge as possible. So I want to take on as many skills as I can because that gives me flexibility. And also I can diversify if I have that base knowledge in what I'm trying to accomplish. And mainly that's for investing. And I've invested in any type of real estate you can imagine, in every single way that you can imagine as well. Tax deed sales, foreclosure sales, tax lien certificates, every foreclosure auction you can imagine, those online auctions, Hudson and Marshall, auction.com, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, all of them have auctions. I've been to all of them and I've purchased property from all of these. So I want to know that now. I want to have that knowledge. I want to have that skill set because, God put air in these lungs and he gave me 2 legs and I can do it. Luckily, I can do it. I have the ability to do so. So I'm not going to be glued to the couch and wait for somebody else to do it for me is what I'm saying. The knowledge is out there. Just like the knowledge you're craving by taking this class. So don't stop. I think that's the best advice I can give you. And if I can take something away from this, not to be a jack of all trades, master of none, you can create a niche for yourself in this business and do extremely well. Like I told you, I had students that have taken my class years ago that are now the most successful real estate agents in Florida. And they created a niche for themselves, and that's what separated them from the pack. And that's what eliminated competition around them as well. So you can do that. However, somebody's got to duct tape me to a chair because I want to be everywhere. I want to have a lot of irons in the fire. So you could be that person as well and know that the real estate business could be that for you and could facilitate that knowledge base that you want to get. Sales and leasing. This is the most prevalent and most well-known component of real estate brokerage. Of course, you're going to be selling something. When you get your real estate license, your official name is going to be a sales associate. I don't know if you've seen this online when you registered for class. Did you notice the name? It says sales associate. And it sounds a little bit corny. I can admit that, right? Who wants to be a real estate sales associate? I can be a sales associate at Best Buy, right? So you would think that they would come up with a more sexy name than sales associate. Regardless, that's your official name. And the key word is sales. You're going to be selling something. Let's not take that off the table. Understand that even if you don't have a sales background, if you've never sold anything in your life, I would debate that you have. You've been selling your entire life. Life is sales in general. Have you ever been in a job interview before? Have you ever been in a relationship before? Okay. Have you ever tried to sell something to your parents? Right? An idea why you should do something or not have to do certain things. Yeah, life is sales. You're just selling something different. And it just so happens it's a product that could make you extremely wealthy. Could be the biggest financial commitment somebody's made in their entire life. Could be a 7-figure investment property somebody's purchasing, you're helping them out with. Just think about this opportunity. I don't know of any career you can jumpstart in 2 weeks. If I can rant for just a second, 63-hour class to get a real estate license, really? You require more hours to get a truck driver's license, CDL license, like 100 hours, but to become a real estate professional, 63 hours. A little disconnect there, but you guys are not going to complain about this because the least amount of hours possible, the better, right? Let me get that real estate license and start making some money. But if I can unpack that real quick, let's talk about intention and the right mindset of getting into this business. And this is not what's in front of us, obviously, but I think it's important for you to hear it right now. Mindset in this business is so important. And the reason why I struggled in this business when I started at a very young age, and nobody can tell me anything at that age. You say you're going to get your real estate license at 18, right? I got my license at 18. I just wanted to do everything my way. And I didn't understand how to put my ego to the side. But the biggest mistake I made was thinking that this was my golden ticket to get me out of my parents' house, right? This was my financial security that I needed to get out of music, or at least supplement so I could do music and still make money and still support myself. But what I realized is that real estate is the people business. And if you don't get that right now, you will struggle, just as I had when I got my real estate license. This is the people business. You mentioned that you want to make it easier for veterans to find homes. You want to help people. This is the mindset we're talking about. Going in this real estate business with the mindset of helping people, the money will come tenfold. I'm telling you right now. And hopefully that really resonates with you. It's important. Regardless of the opportunities you have waiting for you outside of this real estate school and the employment that's waiting for you, just understand, help people. Let's continue on. Let's unpack sales because it's an important component, obviously. The most popular real estate sales transaction in our business is for what type of property? Of course. And what is residential property? Property where people what? Yeah, where they reside, where they live in, of course. You're on the money. So selling homes for people that are going to live in these residences, that's what we're talking about. That's residential. But residential has a clear definition that's going to help us out when we're taking our exam. And it's not in front of us right now, but we need to write it down in the margin of our textbook somewhere because it could trip you up if you don't know this later on. I think now is going to set the tone for what we're going to see in the future. Here's how you can easily identify residential property. Write this down. 4 units or less on 10 acres or less. Residential is defined as 4 units or less on 10 acres or less. And you're probably wondering, okay, Michael, what the flip is a unit? A unit is just a dwelling space where a family can have privacy. So an example, could it be a condo unit? Is that a separate dwelling space where a family can have privacy? Yeah. Individually owned unit? Yes. So it could be a condo. What about a townhouse? Yeah, that's residential. What about a single family house? What about a duplex, a triplex, a quadruplex? Are those 4 units or less? So those would be classified, identified as residential property. And even a vacant piece of land could be residential. Obviously, the zoning would come into play. We'll talk about zoning later on. But the size of it, how many acres? 10 acres or less for it to be classified as residential. Are you with me so far? Okay. Why is knowing this important? Because when you take your exam, you have to understand that every time you learn a law, you're probably going to learn the exception to that law or some type of rule. And the majority of the time, the exception is when we're not talking about residential property. The reason for this is because most of the laws were created to protect people that are buying houses to live in. That's residential, isn't it? So if we're not talking about residential, the same rules do not what? Apply. You'll see this time and time again, and I'll make sure I show you that as we progress. But for now, it's going to set the tone. Any questions here so far? Okay. Let's continue on. Commercial. If you highlight at the end of line 32, commercial is improved residential of how many units? It says more than 4. So that indirectly confirms what we wrote down. Residential is 4 or fewer, and commercial is improved residential of more than 4 units. Give me an example. Could be, yes. Yes, shopping centers. All examples of income producing commercial properties. Yeah, these are great examples. Even the building that we're currently in, this office building, is classified as what? It's commercial, yeah. I mean, drive down any major road and you see commercial property, correct? Well, let's continue on. Next, we have industrial. I'm just going to give you some examples for now, and then we're going to move on. Industrial is like a warehouse. It's like a distribution center. It's like a factory. Agricultural. We'll talk about these later on. I'm just describing them briefly. We'll have units dedicated towards understanding zoning ordinances and classifications. Agricultural is property that's zoned agricultural, which means what's the use of the property? Yeah, like farmland. And what are you producing on a farm? Crops, livestock. Have you ever driven down a long road and you see a big field with a whole bunch of palm trees growing in a row, or pine trees, or citrus groves? That's agricultural property. And they're probably growing those pine trees for wood or something like this, or they're growing the palm trees to turn around and sell them. Whatever their agenda is, has to be zoned agricultural for it to be recognized as such, and we'll talk about the benefits of that later on. Businesses. I want to read this out to you. It's on line 6. Real estate licensees who engage in the sale, purchase, or lease of businesses are called what? Yeah, but something I want to make clear about what we just read out. Just because you're called a business broker does not require a separate license for you to be recognized as a business broker. Once you become a sales associate, you earn your real estate license. If you specialize in helping people buy, sell, lease businesses, helping a friend sell their pizza shop, helping somebody lease out a space for their barber shop, something like this, they call you a business broker. It's not a designation or requires a separate certification or licensing. Now, let's continue on. Let's talk about a marketing strategy. It's called target marketing. And target marketing is a strategy that you can utilize to separate yourself from the pack, because there's tens of thousands of real estate professionals, and you have to be clever in your approach and how you earn business and how you generate leads. This is one way to do it. You have a book of business or contacts or relationships or a network of individuals that the next person might not have access to. And because you work so hard on those relationships, it's an easy transition into the real estate industry, because those individuals that you have those relationships with are investors. they're looking for properties. They're purchasing with a real estate professional. Why can't it be you? And somebody would rather use somebody that they're familiar with versus just some stranger they found online. So it's all about that connection that you make, those long-lasting business relationships. That takes time. Maybe you've already started on that. Great. But understand when you get into the business that it's a very important component to our success. So target marketing is targeting a group of individuals to direct a specific message to them. They give you an example of finding homes for physicians, maybe for a major hospital that's being developed in a specific area, medical city, like in Lake Nona. Or if you know a lot of people are moving to a specific location because, I don't know, there's a major university and they're sending their kids over there, and maybe they're purchasing property in the surrounding areas. Maybe you target that specific group. Maybe you got some connections in Dubai from when you were teaching over there, right? And you know a lot of people from Dubai buy in Florida because we're an investor market. So you put together a marketing campaign to target those individuals. Target marketing, the name should reveal itself to you. Okay, database, advertise. There you go. I want us to move on. You can highlight lines 22 and 23, but move on to line 28. And I want us to highlight lines 28 through 30. We're going to be talking about a farm area, or what it means for you as a real estate professional to farm or to go farming. It doesn't mean you're planting seeds, okay? Farming as a real estate professional means you're specializing. You're finding your specialty in this business. You're creating a niche for yourself. When you first get started into this business, you have to figure it out. However, you probably already have a niche that you're not aware of. If you live in a particular area, imagine you live in Dr. Phillips, where we're currently taking this class. You know about traffic patterns. You know about schools, that if somebody wants to purchase a home in that area, what schools their kids would go to, what the ratings of those schools are because your kids go to those schools. You know about job opportunities in the area. You know about transportation facilities, shopping, grocery stores, and things that the average person doesn't know if they don't live there, unless you study a specific area. So having a farm area in the real estate business is usually easy in the beginning because it should be the area in which you live, but it could expand beyond that. For instance, if I were to give you an example of what my farm area would be, I would say it's selling waterfront property. Waterfront property is my expertise. I know how the price would change if you're selling lakefront versus canal front versus intercoastal or being oceanfront. These all have premiums to them and their own set of regulations, and the average person might not know. Environmental restrictions that come into play as well if you're purchasing waterfront property. How close can I build to that body of water? All relevant questions that the average person might not think about unless you've owned it or you've studied it and you continue to evolve in that specific farm area, or grow in that farm area rather. Any questions about this? Okay, so having a farm area, of course, having expertise is going to eliminate what around you? Competition. And there's a lot of competition. The good news is there's enough to eat for everybody. And I think there was a study done for last year. I think in 2022, 47% of real estate professionals nationally did not sell one piece of real estate. 47%. So you're telling me that the majority of real estate agents, well, I don't want to say majority, but a lot of real estate agents just get their license. They're not actually practicing. So the statistics of how many agents there are in the state of Florida, don't let that scare you. People are not taking this serious, but you will. And that's why you're going to get your share. And there is enough to eat for everybody. You can run circles around people that have been in this business for over 20 years, if that's what you want to do. This is not corporate. You're a 1099 employee. It's not like you climb this ladder and then you're capped out at a specific salary. You work harder, you earn more. That's the beautiful thing about being in this business. And the effort you put in, you'll get out. If we can continue. Has anybody actually been in sales before? Have a sales background? One of us, two, three? Anybody else? Okay. What's the most important step in sales? I just highlighted. It's in bold. It's your follow-up. You have to be the follow-up king or queen, okay? You have to be a follow-up champion, because your follow-up is not returning phone calls, even though that is a form of follow-up. It's not the follow-up we're talking about in front of us that you just highlighted. Follow-up that we see in front of us is what a sales associate does for buyers and sellers when? It says after the what? After the sale. Do you see that on the next line? Follow up. What a sales associate does for buyers and sellers after the sale. So it's what you do after you already earn your commission that's important. Showing these families that you made money off of, that you worked with to help them buy their dream house, that you really what? That you care about them. And it's not just a dollar figure that you're putting on them. Hey, I want to build this long-lasting business relationship with you because I care about you and the house that you and your family are going to grow in. It's what's important to me. This is the people business. And that's why I mentioned mindset is so important. I still get referrals from 15 years ago. Still. Because it's all about how you treat people. They remember this. And people are inherently loyal. Do you think that 10 years later, when they decide to sell their house, you think they're going to remember what brokerage company you worked for? No, they don't care about what company. They remember you. You're the brand. Okay? You're the person they're going to remember, and they're going to call you. And it doesn't matter what brokerage company you're with. It's your skill set that gets you that business and return business. Anyhow, let's go to page 5, property management, which I'm pretty sure most of us understand what property management is. Managing property for others. But it's devoted to leasing, managing, marketing, and maintenance of property for others. And some features on line 6. Property managers are the local representative of the property owner. And their purpose, you'll see right here. What's the property manager's purpose? Protect the owner's investment by maximizing the owner's return on their what? On their investment, of course. Otherwise, why would they hire you if you can't maximize what they make on the property? Not just finding a tenant that says, yeah, I'll pay $2,500 a month for that property, but actually qualifying the tenant to make sure they can handle a $2,500 payment every single month. This is what we're talking about. And this is what's important. And this is a completely separate side of our business. The good news is it does not require a separate license. Once you get your sales associate license, you can also provide property management services. But here's the thing. You can't do it independently. You have to be working for a broker like myself or a Market Connect that has a property management company. To be fair, a lot of brokerage companies do not provide property management services. If you call, the most common brokerage company you can think of, first one that comes to mind, probably they don't offer property management services. I do, because it's something that I do for my own properties. So I'm thinking if I'm doing it for my own properties, it doesn't require much more effort to help out other people as well. Yes. But they're also a brokerage. They have the real estate broker's license that gives them that ability. So it can't just be somebody wakes up tomorrow and says, oh, I'm going to start a property management company. You can't do that, not without a real estate license. But remember, sales associates, which you are soon to be, cannot operate independently. And if I wasn't clear on that, let me be clear about it right now. Once you get your real estate license, you can't just start helping people buy and sell and provide property management services. You have to be working for a what? a broker, a brokerage company, be active before you can provide those services for various types of compensation. That's what we're talking about here. Okay. What if you don't want all of the responsibility of leasing, managing, marketing, maintenance? You could be a rental agent, which is as follows. You basically work with a property owner to help them find a tenant. And once that tenant signs a lease, you collect a fee and that's it. I think they're missing something, leaving something on the table, but what if the brokerage company they're working for does not provide property management services? They could do that. Okay. Why is property management going to continue to grow? Because Florida is not just the most moved to state in the nation. It's always been an investor market. People from all over the planet buy property, mainly in Central Florida, because of tourism. We got Mickey, we got Minnie, we have all the attractions, and they're not going anywhere. Despite whatever rumor you've heard floating around during the pandy or whatever, they're never going anywhere. There's too much vested. Even Universal Studios is building another theme park, aren't they? Yeah, Epic Universe. I mean, come on. If they can buy more property, they would, but they're landlocked. Okay, so they got to deal with what they have. So what does that mean for you? It means opportunities. You need to start developing relationships with investors. And because of that, they're buying property to make them investments, rental properties, short-term, Airbnb, and so forth. They choose to be a what type of owner? Absentee owner. I think the name gives it away. It doesn't need any further elaboration, right? The owner is absent, hence the name, absentee owner. Any questions about this? Okay. How are you compensated for property management services if that's what you're involved in? Usually you get a percentage of the what? Yeah. So you take a percentage off the income that the property is producing. If it's a rental property, what are you collecting every single month from a tenant? Rent. That's the income. So you get maybe 10, 15% of that rent. For my property management company, that's what I do, 10 to 15%. Depending on the volume of properties you bring to me. If you bring me 6 properties, then I'll work with you on that percentage. If you bring me short-term rentals for me to manage, I'm going to charge you 20 to 25% because it's more labor intensive. You'll find out if that's what you want to get into, Airbnb arbitrage and all of that. Anyhow. So yes, you could be paid a salary, but mainly you take a percentage off of the income that the property is producing. Look, licensed sales associates cannot work what? But we already mentioned that. Now you see it in your textbook confirmed. Any questions here? Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about a CAM license because it's not very popular. It's for somebody who wants to get a license to manage an entire community of homes. We used to offer this course. There was just not enough demand for it, so we decided to discontinue that course. You'll see some features of it right here. If you want to manage a mobile home park, plan unit development, homeowners association, co-op, timeshares, condos, other types of residential units, that's when you would get this license. We're talking about a community of homes, not just one single family house. Not too many people are thinking about doing that, but if you do, you need this license. Any questions here? All right, appraising on line 8. Let me share some information about appraising, which I'm pretty sure, once again, most of us understand what appraising is. It's the process of estimating real property value. Isn't that in front of us? Developing, communicating an estimate of the property's value. Come on. But you knew that, right? And if I can be honest, appraising is an art. It's not really an exact science. And even though in a later unit, we'll talk about some mathematical calculations that are going to help you figure out the value of any property, which is actually pretty cool. And it's definitely a skill set that you need in this profession. Imagine you're working with a seller. They want to list their property. You need to know what to list it for, right? Same thing with working with a buyer, and you want to submit an offer on behalf of the buyer. You want to make sure it's a fair offer. So with that being said, even though I'll show you this math to figure out the value, it's not 100% accurate because it's an opinion given by the estimator, which is soon to be all of you. Your real estate license gives you the ability to appraise for others. You can even charge somebody for your estimate of value. It's not likely that you would do this because you provide it as a common courtesy by working with you in the transaction. If you're already going to list the property and make commission off of listing the property, why would you nickel and dime them and charge them for figuring out the value of what you should list it for? It's just not classy, okay? And you shouldn't do it. So anyhow, appraising, some facts. For you as a sales associate who provides this service, I want you to focus on this paragraph here, line 16. We see the Florida Real Estate Appraisal Board regulates state certified licensed appraisers, but only state certified licensed appraisers can prepare an official appraisal for a federally related transaction. We'll talk more about what that means in Unit 16, but it's a transaction, a real estate transaction where financing is involved, essentially. Because when somebody is getting a loan to purchase the property, there's federal laws that protect borrowers when they're obtaining funds to acquire property. And it changes the dynamic in that transaction. We'll talk about this in Unit 16. But what that means for you as a sales associate is once you get your real estate license, yes, you can appraise for others. You can provide an estimate of value. You just can't refer to yourself as a state certified or licensed appraiser. That's a completely separate real estate license. And your estimate of value cannot be used for a federally related transaction where financing is involved. So what would you provide as a sales associate? Why would you even waste your time giving an estimate of value? It's useful, and I'll show you. By the way, the rules that appraisers must follow that you could be tested on is on line 23. It's called the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practices. Sorry, guys, I'm a little congested. Just maybe it's something going around. So Uniform Standards, Professional Appraisal Practices. I think the name itself gives away what it is, but we'll talk about this more so in Unit 16. Real estate sales associates and brokers can appraise property for compensation. You just can't represent yourself as a state certified or licensed appraiser. We discussed that, but here it is confirmed in your textbook. Lines 27 through 29. Go to the next page. Here we go. Line 6. So once again, you're just giving your opinion of value. And like the saying goes, who has an opinion? Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has their 2 cents and wants to throw it in. So what that means is if you give an estimate of value for a property and I give an estimate of value for that same property, but our estimates are different, who's right? Both of us are right. That's what it means to have an opinion of value, right? It's that estimator's opinion. And you'll learn this more so in Unit 16. We'll talk about the different types of estimates of value, but what you would mainly provide as a sales associate is a CMA or a BPO. Have you ever heard of a CMA? Okay. You took real estate class before. You might have heard of this in the practice in investing and so forth. Yeah. And also, Michaela, they talk about a CMA in Virginia. It's comparative market analysis. So let me unpack that. If you read the name backwards, it makes a little bit more sense. You're analyzing the market by comparing properties that have recently sold. Yeah, that's what it means. So when I say recently sold, how recent?
About maybe 3 months, no more than 3 months.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, I would agree with you. The rule is no more than 6 months, but with the current state of the real estate market, I would agree with you. I would say, look for recent sales as close as you can get to the current date as possible, because then your estimate of value is going to be that much more accurate. If you look at sales a year ago, the market was different a year ago, right? So yeah, even 6 months ago. And when we talk about within the surrounding area, how much of a radius from the subject property that we're trying to figure out the value of? Are you looking for recent sales? The rule is no more than 1 mile. But yeah, as close as you can get to the subject property as possible, the better. If your property is located within a subdivision, then you should look for recent sales in that same subdivision, because you know that subdivision across the street looks completely different from yours and could hurt or jeopardize what the value of that property really should be. And how many recent sales are you looking for? At least 3. The more, the merrier. So this is what they tell you to look for. It says recent sales of similar properties, properties currently being offered for sale, and recently expired listings. I don't use those last 2. Just for kicks and giggles, I'll look at properties that are currently listed for sale, and I'll see how long they've been on the market without going under contract. That's what's relevant to me, but I'm not going to use what they're listing it for to figure out the value of my property. It's what the properties have sold for, what somebody was really willing to pay for properties in the surrounding area. That's the data that I want to see and utilize. And here's the thing, licensees, you could charge a fee. You charge a fee, but you're probably not going to charge for a CMA. You're probably going to provide it as a courtesy for utilizing your services for listing or helping them purchase. And I want you to highlight this as well. Look on line 14. CMAs do not have to comply with the laws that appraisers have to follow. It's a different type of estimate of value. I don't want to say it's unregulated, but less regulated. Any questions about this? Okay, what's a common example? They say it's a marketing tool. You'll see right here, it's a marketing tool. If you've ever been on social media and you're looking at your timeline or your news feed or whatever the case may be, and you see it says free home value estimate. Have you ever seen something like that? Find out the value of your home for free. Who's behind that advertisement? It's a real estate agent. And what's the whole purpose of that advertisement? If you're a homeowner and you click on that to get a free home valuation, and they're going to ask you for contact information, by you submitting that, you're basically saying, hey, I'm a seller or a potential seller, or at least an owner of a property that might consider selling my property in the near future. And that's a lead you want. That's a listing opportunity. And you want to be the first person to contact them and have that opportunity. So that's what purpose it might serve. Now, a BPO is a broker's price opinion. They say it's a written opinion of value. But how is it different from a CMA? You'll see right here. On line 24, it's mainly used for short sales of distressed properties or even relocation companies. You'll see that on line 23. I would say even for bank-owned property as well. When the bank forecloses on somebody and they turn around and list it, they need to know what to list that property for. And the bank is not in the business of real estate per se. Okay, they're in the business of lending. So they don't want the responsibility of trying to figure out what that property is actually worth. And they want to save the most money possible when trying to determine the value. So what do they do? Instead of paying hundreds of dollars for an official appraisal report, they hire a local real estate broker and they ask them, hey, what do you think the value of this property is that we're going to turn around and list? It's a relationship between local banks and local brokerages. And you're not going to become rich off of it, but it's extra money. Let's move on. I want to show you here. Sales associates. may perform BPOs, but only under the supervision of their employing what? Broker. And look, the rules that appraisers must follow do not apply to brokers associates who are preparing BPOs. Any questions about this? Any questions about appraising in general? No questions? Okay. Let's continue on to a quick introduction of financing. Earlier, we talked about sales being essentially the lifeblood of real estate brokerage. What does that mean, lifeblood? If I said sales is a lifeblood of real estate brokerage, what does that mean? What does that pertain to? Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's what sustains it, of course, yeah. What keeps it going? If there's no sales, then there's no real estate brokerage or real estate business. Sales is what keeps the business going. Hence the name. You're going to be a what associate? You're going to be a sales associate. But financing can be regarded as, look, I'm highlighting line 4, the what? The lifeblood of what? Of sales. Let me give you a statistic. Close to 90% of buyers have to finance the purchase of real property. And even if they have the money cash, they'd probably still use the bank's money to acquire the property because they want to keep their cash in their pocket and have that flexibility for investing. So what that means is 9 out of every 10 buyers you work with are going to acquire a loan to purchase. So we need to understand this component of our business, understand the process of obtaining financing, getting that pre-approval letter. Have you ever heard of that before? You get pre-approved, you have that letter that says, yes, I'm pre-approved for a certain dollar figure, and then you go shopping. You don't do that before, you don't try to go shopping beforehand because somebody might think that they qualify for a $500,000 home, but there's no underwriting behind that. So anyhow, we'll talk more about that in a later unit. The point is this. There is a license that I suggest, I highly encourage you to obtain that complements your real estate license so well and unlocks opportunities for you to be compensated more off of the same real estate transaction. Who doesn't want to make more money off the same real estate transaction you're doing anyway? And that's the MLO license. And I'm not just saying it because we offer this course, but we offer the course because we know how important it is. So it's reverse. We knew how important it was to get this license because why wouldn't a real estate professional want to also help the buyer that they're already working with obtain financing? If they know that 9 out of every 10 buyers they work with need financing, why not be the person that helps them with that specific objective? And you can be compensated for it. So I'm telling you, you can legally double dip in the real estate transaction. You can make real estate commission as a real estate sales associate, and you can make commission as a mortgage loan originator. Same transaction, 2 different hats. This is legal, it's acceptable. Now there's an arm's length rule that you might have to comply with, and that could turn you into a referral agent, but you're still compensated. So that means you make a percentage off the purchase price and simultaneously a percentage off the loan amount. And you can make thousands of dollars more off the same real estate transaction. I'm describing vertical integration to you guys. You know what vertical integration is? So it's like when a car manufacturer, instead of buying parts from other manufacturers, they start making their own parts. I'm telling you to keep it in-house and maximize off these transactions you're already working on. Yeah. And if you really want to get funky, you get your insurance license as well. Now, let me give you the comparison. The reason why I think it's imperative for you to get the mortgage license, there's no reason why you shouldn't get the mortgage license, is because it's only a 22-hour class. 22 hours. And 80% of what you learn in this class to get the real estate license is what you need to know to pass the mortgage exam. Isn't that right? And you'll find out that what we learn in this class is what you already learned when you got your mortgage license. Because they're so interconnected with one another, you can imagine why, right? Real estate and financing. Okay. Any questions about this so far? 22-hour class. You could do that on a weekend. But the insurance license does require a little bit more effort. And I'm talking about the property and casualty insurance license. It's called P&C. So property and casualty is to help somebody obtain property insurance. Homeowners insurance, have you heard of it? If they're getting financing, the lender is going to require for them to get homeowners insurance. So why can't you be also that person that helps them shop around? And if you know anything about insurance agents, they make the majority of the first premium that that person pays. And then they also receive money residually every time that policy is renewed. So every single year when that policy is renewed, you get paid again and again. So that client that you worked with 10 years ago, for you, it's going to be starting now, right? Imagine 10 years from now, that transaction you did when you first started in the business, you're still getting paid from it. That's what the insurance license will give you. And you think that your buyers would be opposed to you helping them and being a one-stop shop? No, you're already in. That's a warm lead for you, right? You already have a relationship. You're doing business together. Of course, they already trust you to be their real estate professional. Oh, you can help me find financing and get me insurance? Yeah, I need it anyway, so why not you? So vertical integration once again. And once again, I'm not just saying it because we offer the classes. It's the reverse. Didn't start out like that. So Cameron Academy, just to give you some history, we started in 2003. And we started just offering real estate license courses in Central Florida, but then we expanded statewide, and then we expanded nationally. So now if you want to get a real estate license in Virginia, if you want to get a real estate license in Colorado, if you want to get a real insurance license in California, a mortgage license in Texas, you can take it with Cameron Academy. Most of the classes we offer in other states are online, but still, we're in every single state. That's through partnerships and instructors that we have nationwide. Anyhow, let's continue on. Consulting. You can even charge for consulting services, and we'll talk about this later on. Yes.
Property insurance, you're working in connection with an insurance company.
Yeah, you hang your insurance license with an insurance agency, an insurance brokerage company. Just like if you get the mortgage license, you'd hang it with a mortgage brokerage company. You get your real estate license, you hang it with a real estate brokerage company. And once you have active licenses in all of these fields, you can be a referral agent. And you can say, hey, listen, I'm helping you as a real estate agent in this transaction. Let me connect you with the person. They're going to take care of you and help you shop around for the best insurance policy possible. But really, you're connecting them with your coworker that you already have an agreement with. And there's nothing wrong with it. And your buyers will be happy that you're giving these suggestions and help guiding them in these real estate transactions and navigate insurance and mortgage and so forth. All right, now we see development and construction, and we're almost done with this unit. There are 3 phases that a developer goes through to construct a subdivision, for instance. And the first step is you have to buy the what? You got to buy the land before anything and make sure it's feasible. Make sure you can actually construct on that land what you intended. Next is subdividing, making plans that you have to get approved by the local government. And you'll see that here. It's called a subdivision, what, on line 7? Plat map. And that's how you pronounce it, P-L-A-T. Subdivision plat map. So the developer makes plans for the subdivision they want to construct, 600 homes, the roads, the parks, the recreational areas, the lots. And then they submit it to local government, and they have to get that approved before they can start construction. Most developers will dedicate land within their development. What is dedication? And just because a word looks familiar, like farming, for instance, or now we see dedication, that could mean something completely different in our real estate professional. What is dedication in our business? Yeah. To the government for a what? For a public, specific public purpose. What do you think the most common example of a piece of land that the developer is just going to give to the city, the county? Parks are an example, but not the most common. I'll give you a hint. It's the roads. Most developers, imagine Lennar Homes. Think of a major home builder, D.R. Horton and so forth, Cal Atlanta, whatever the case may be. They make these huge developments. And the roads within the subdivision, they built those roads to connect to all of the areas of the subdivision. But then they give those roads to the city or the county. Why? You think the developer cares about the roads? No, they care about selling the houses. The roads are a means of which to get to the house, but they don't want to maintain them for decades to come. So what they do is they give the roads to the county, and that's why the county comes out and repaves the streets. It's because of that specifically. So they don't want to be responsible for maintaining, except for Disney. Disney is a special case. Disney does not dedicate any of their property. If they build it, they keep it, even the roads. But yeah, street sidewalks, park areas are examples, but the most common are the streets. Let's continue on. Now, as a developer, you want to construct the subdivision. The three typical types of construction are as follows. First one is called what? We're almost done with this unit. It's called speculative, or they call them spec homes. You're building spec homes? What does that mean? Spec is short for speculative. It means you're building it without any buyer. Without a buyer. So you can imagine it's the riskiest type of construction. You're praying that if you build it, they will what? But what if they don't come? Then you're stuck with the property and all the debt that comes along with it, all the carrying costs, taxes and insurance and so forth. So yeah, if you're, but there's a lot of custom home builders, at least where I live in Winter Park. And in Winter Park is a older, more established community. And there's really nice areas of Winter Park, but because there's no land available, they're tearing down these old Florida homes. Have you ever seen a Florida home? You know what I'm talking about? One that, barely breaking 1,000 square feet, one story, slanted roof, that sort of thing. They're tearing them down and building McMansions in their place with no buyer, but they know the area is so desirable that people are coming from all over to live there specifically, and they'll sell it eventually. And they're willing to roll the dice on that. But that's speculative. You're building upon speculation. Custom homes is the least risky because you already have a buyer under what? Contract. And tract homes is a combination of the first two. And somebody mentioned model homes. Who was that? Who said, yeah, model homes. Have you ever seen that? Like a newly developed subdivision with a few model homes in the front? So the developer didn't take the risk of building all the houses at once, all 600 houses. They built a few model homes so buyers can come in, see the style that they like, choose their upgrades and their finishes, choose their lot, put a deposit down, and then they start the project. Any questions on this? Tract homes, yeah. It's like building those model homes. Give you examples of that. All right, the role of the government. The government has an impact on our profession on 3 levels: local, state, and what? Federal. Can you guess the one thing that's consistent on all 3 levels? I'll give you a hint. Taxes, and more flipping taxes. A local tax. What's a local tax? Property taxes. Property taxes are a local tax. business tax receipts as well for you to operate your business within that county. State taxes like sales tax, intangible taxes, taxes when you transfer real estate, and then federal income taxes. Who collects federal income tax? IRS. On line 13, a few other agencies you should be familiar with. We see HUD. Who's HUD? The Department of what? Housing, Urban Development, exactly. The whole purpose of HUD is to promote fair housing for all. And their philosophy is that everybody should be a homeowner because homeowners stimulate the economy. Homeowners pay taxes. They're probably paying off a mortgage loan, which means they have a job, which means they're paying taxes on the income that they make, then property taxes and taxes and taxes. So they want everybody to be a homeowner for that reason. We see FHA. Have you heard of an FHA loan? VA, loans for veterans. We'll talk about that later on. And the Department of Veteran Affairs. EPA to protect the environment. Of course, IRS. Any questions? All right, we're going to take a break soon. Just give me a couple more minutes. Professional organizations. I think this is our last topic. Yeah, it's our last topic. The largest trade organization in the world is the what? On line 21. National Association of Realtors. And they dictate a lot of things within our business because they're so large. 1 out of every 3 real estate licensees is classified as a realtor. Now, you mentioned previously, Christine, you said your mother-in-law, right? She has her own brokerage company. She's a realtor, right? We can assume she's a realtor. Most real estate agents, real estate licensees are realtors, but don't think that, oh, they have a real estate license, they're a realtor. That's not what you call just anybody that has a real estate license. You have to join this organization to be called a realtor. Yeah, it's not free, it's not cheap. That's why every time you see the term realtor, it always has an R within a circle next to it. What does that mean? It means it's a registered what? Trademark. That means if you don't want trademark infringement, then you better join this membership so you can call yourself a realtor and put it on your business cards and your advertisements. The reason why they're so popular is because of the technology that they own. Of course, they trademarked the name realtor. And once you get into the business, you want to call yourself a realtor and put it on your business card. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the database of properties that are available for sale, for rent, and the various types of properties. And what is this database referred to as? It's called the MLS, Multiple Listing Service. Yes, now Zillow, Trulia, and Realtor.com are all MLSs that are public-facing MLSs, but they're not as vast or as accurate as the database that the National Association of Realtors controls. Now, the one that you're probably going to have access to if you're operating in Central Florida is called The Matrix. Not the movie, but The Matrix is, every single one of them have their own name. You got The Matrix or Stellar MLS. You have Flex MLS. Every county might have their own database, but they're all regulated by the NAR. Yes, question. Okay. Yeah, so there should be a unified MLS for all counties in the state of Florida. It's just not the case right now, but it is coming. So the problem is, if you join the Association of Realtors in Orange County, which is it's called the Orlando Regional Realtors Association. That's the one you would join if you're in Orange County. But you don't dictate which one you can join. It's your broker. Whatever local association your broker is a part of will dictate the one that you can be a part of. If your broker is a part of OSCAR, which is Osceola County Association of Realtors, then you would have to join Osceola County, their association. You get the same benefit, pretty much, Orange and Osceola County, but the dues could be more or less, depending on which one you join. More than one. And that's going to actually lead to the next point. If you want to list a property in Brevard County, you can't if you're a part of ORA, Orlando Regional Realtors Association. You have to join, your broker has to join the Brevard County. It's called Space Coast Association of Realtors. So you can have access to a separate database to list your home out there or your client's house. So it's interesting how that operates. Eventually it's going to be unified. It's just not right now. No. That's a good question. And I'm glad you asked this. As a sales associate, once you get your real estate license, the only way for you to start practicing real estate and earning compensation is to have an active real estate license. How do you get an active license? Yeah, hanging your license with a real estate broker or an owner developer. We'll talk about this and the difference in a moment. But you can only be active with one. So you can't hang your license with Remax and hang your license with Century 21 at the same time. It's unacceptable. It's prohibited in our business. Good question. All right. And I already mentioned the difference between a real estate licensee and a realtor. Any questions about this?
I have a question.
You might be curious as to how much it costs for this membership. I can shed some light on that. It's about $1,500 initially and about $500 every year thereafter, an annual renewal.
So do you have to pay that or does the broker pay it?
You pay it. So if you're joining the business, that's an investment that you have to make. And they're talking about increasing those dues. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen because they want the barrier for entry to be a little bit higher and make it a little bit more difficult, make it a little bit more prestigious for you to be classified as a realtor. But we'll see what happens with that. And they've been talking about increasing the hours for this class for over a decade. And even requiring that you get a 4-year degree to practice real estate. But that hasn't happened, and luckily you don't have to deal with that right now. Any questions here? All right, we're done with this unit. Let's take a break. I want you guys to be back at 7:25. 7:25. Stretch out, grab a snack, make a phone call, do what you got to do. Be ready to rock and roll. 7:25.
I have a question.
In an era where online education often falls short, there's an oasis transforming the digital learning landscape. Welcome to Cameron Academy. With our AI-powered platform, we're not just changing the game, we're rewriting the rules. At Cameron Academy, we're not just elevating education, we're lifting learners to new heights. Our comprehensive video lessons and AI tutors simplify complex real estate concepts. At Cameron Academy, we do more than prepare you for your exams. We equip you with the essential knowledge for a successful career in real estate. Break away from the traditional. Think computerized exams, a convenient study app at your fingertips, and AI support, but wait, that's not all. Live chat support when you need it, AI-driven text-to-speech content, your own personal AI tutor, and instant online certifications. This isn't just education. This is the future. We're reimagining what it means to ascend to success in the real estate industry. Choose Cameron Academy, the oasis of innovative learning. Your journey to success starts here.
Hi, my name is Crystal Rivera, and I'm a realtor with Live Realty at Nona. I decided to be a real estate agent for my love of helping others, thinking about helping them with their first home, with their first apartment, with their first investment property. Flipping homes is what started me in the business. My husband is into flipping homes, so I went from nursing, which I'm still currently doing, but now going into real estate. Decided to use Cameron Academy because of my nursing schedule and how their schedule works well with my schedule. Did not expect to be prepared as I was. Michael was amazing. He prepared me in 2 weeks to take the test, literally 5 days after I completed the class. And 3 days after that, I was already signed with Live Realty. And here we are 5 weeks later, and I had my first listing. So definitely prepared me well for the real estate industry and just all that's to come. I'm excited, and I wish everybody luck.
Hey, my name's Jonathan Gibson. I am from Orlando, Florida. I had started my career in real estate based on wanting to... I started out my journey in real estate with Cameron Academy because I read a lot of online reviews, and there were exceptional reviews about Cameron. When I got here, I wasn't disappointed at all. I realized Michael was the best teacher, and he helped me learn everything I needed to know about real estate. And he's a very good instructor. He's thorough. He tells everything. He's one of the better professors. He's good at explaining stuff, helping you get through this and making it easy for everything. And I wanted to do real estate because I read some books and I bought homes, and I wanted to start renting out my property. And I know we had, based on my research online from Google and everything, I knew I had to do a school for Florida and do the 63-hour course. And I looked it up, came to Cameron Academy. It's been the best thing ever. He's helped us with connections. He's brought in different realtors and brokers, plus find work after the academy. So if you're wanting to learn anything about real estate, I would definitely recommend Cameron Academy.
Hi, my name is Tamara Fletcher, and I have experience in education. I've worked in education for over 17 years, but I always wanted to get into real estate. I wanted to get into real estate because I love a couple of things. I love people, I love making money, and I love being able to sell homes, or at least the potential of selling homes. I love real estate. That's what brought me to Cameron Academy. Cameron Academy has done so much for me. I have learned so much from Michael. The information that I've gained here has made me feel so prepared for the state exam as well as the exam at the end of the course. I can't go on enough about how enthusiastic Michael was during the whole process of learning, and how that really made a difference in the way that I learn. Being able to be here in person and take the in-person classes is what has really made it all the difference in the world. Michael is a great instructor. I saw great reviews about him and his instruction here at Cameron Academy, and I am really happy to say that all of those positive reviews are true, 1,000%. It's made a world of difference for me, and if I could do it again, I would.
My name is Gabriel Minyarji. I've been in the restaurant industry for the past 25 years, now getting the residential investment opportunity. I found Cameron Academy to be very helpful in my new endeavor. Michael Cameron has been very, very helpful, knowledgeable, provided very new and efficient information to help me endeavor my career. I'm very, very pleased and satisfied that I found Cameron Academy and the knowledge that I gained from them, and for all my future endeavors. I highly, highly, highly recommend them. I definitely give them a 5-star plus.
My name is Dennis Duan. I came to the Cameron Academy. My mentor, he also he told me go directly to Cameron Academy. They are very, very good, and that's how he got his license. And he advised me to go to that school. And when I came, so far, it was the best decision that I made. The instructor Michael was very, very good. He's very good, and it would benefit me. Very knowledgeable. I want to say thank you to him. And I think I will pass because of him. I will pass both school exam and the state exam. So it was the best decision that I made. Michael was very good, and I want to say thank you to him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samuel Ramirez. I'm an electrician. I got into real estate to get into my own deals and to see if I can sell some real estate for commission on the sides. Cameron Academy taught me a lot of things. It taught me different things that I didn't know about real estate. It cleared up some misconceptions that I had. Michael was a great teacher. He taught me a lot about real estate that I didn't know, and it just opened my eyes a lot more and made me just very motivated to get into this. And I think anyone should go to Cameron Academy.
Mi nombre es Rolly Peralta y acabo de terminar las clases aquí en la Academia Cameron con el profesor Michael. He aprendido mucho y estoy muy agradecido con Michael por todo lo que me ha enseñado. Yo quiero ser un real estate agent para seguir invirtiendo en el futuro y también ayudar a algunas familias a adquirir sus sueños. Estoy muy agradecido con Michael y invito a todas las personas a venir a esta academia.
大家好，我叫 Rudy 我很开心能够跟 Michael 上学，因为他在real estate 这方面学到了给我很多知识，我也很开心能够选到他，因为不是每个人都可以教你，他能够教你的东西，他有很多的实力，有很多的经验，而且很风趣，所以对于我来讲是一件非常幸运的事情。那我个人想做房地产投资，所以我必须要有最专业的知识去帮助我自己。很幸运的能够选到 Michael， 所以我希望大家以后能够给他一个机会去跟他做投资，不会让你丢钱，这个很重要。所以祝你们好运，希望能以后见到你们，谢谢，拜拜。
Okay, Unit 2. Luckily, that flyer that I provided to you and that we went through earlier is going to save us some time going through some of the information that's going to be redundant within this unit. Because as we can see from the title, real estate license law and qualifications for licensure, like the 5 steps towards obtaining your real estate license, they're going to be confirmed for us once again on page 16 is where we're going to begin. And before anything, we need to know some history. It's going to set the tone for this unit. And we're going to focus on line 3. It says, in the past, the real estate business was extremely competitive and unorganized. They're basically saying that real estate was like the Wild West. People just did whatever they wanted. There were no laws in place to protect us in the buying, selling, leasing of properties. So for that reason, there was a need for regulation. And that came 1923 is when the Florida legislature passed Florida Real Estate License Law, also known as Chapter what? Yes. So from this point on, anytime you see Chapter 475 or 475 FS, FS means Florida statutes. What they're referring to is Florida Real Estate License Law. Okay, the law that governs you as a real estate licensee, if that makes sense. We're not talking about criminal law, specifically real estate license law. But just because we had these laws in place doesn't mean people are going to follow or abide by these laws for For the same reason we have police to enforce criminal law. We needed a regulatory body to enforce Florida real estate license law that came 2 years later, 19 what? When the Florida legislature stepped in once again and created the Florida Real Estate what? Commission. And their whole purpose to administer and enforce the law. Think of them as police for Florida real estate license law. It makes sense. There's a total of 6 important dates you need to know for exam purposes. You just learned 2 of those total 6 important dates. 1923. What happened in 1923? What was created? Yeah, Florida real estate license law. 2 years later, 1925, they created who? Florida Real Estate Commission to do what? To enforce. And they have some other authority to keep records and conduct investigations, power to grant, deny, suspend, and revoke your license. So for that reason, we like to say that they have control over your license or authority over your license. Same difference. And that's apparent here on line 8. They can deny you from getting a license, award you a license, suspend or revoke. And just so you're not confused later on, they go by a few other names. They might be called the Commission, capital C, or most commonly, FREC. Frickin' FREC, man. Florida Real Estate Commission. Every state has their own real estate commission, by the way. For instance, Texas would be TREC. Why? The Texas Real Estate Commission. Florida is FREC. Anyhow, I digress. A couple other agencies you should be familiar with that we'll discuss in a later unit in depth. The Division of Real Estate, commonly known as DRE, not Doctor, not Dre Beats, but the Division of Real Estate, provides support services to the commission. But DRE operates under the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. We call them DBPR. You see it, DBPR or DBPR, if you try to sound it out. You remember back in the day when we used to have the beepers? Anybody? Anybody actually used to have a pager besides myself? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Anybody have a 2-way? Did you have a 2-way? Okay, I had a 2-way. What about a Sidekick? You ever a Sidekick? Razor phone, Nextel, Nokia phone, anyway? Okay. It's pretty cool because we got to see the progression of technology. And then I saw this video about it was like a video of an older person going to a younger person and asking them like questions about old technology, had no clue whatsoever. And they went to a hotel and they said, go ahead and pick up that phone and call me on that phone. And it was a phone that you pick up off the hook, and then you actually, punch in the numbers. It wasn't a rotary phone, but you punch in the numbers. So they pick up the phone and they're like, what do I do with it? Because they're used to a smartphone with a screen. It's crazy. Yes.
I started once at the library and she asked me, Mom, what is that?
Now you're putting her on the spot. Thanks, Mom. Typewriter. That was fun. No. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank God there's technology that is just dead. Typewriter was not fun. Let's continue on. But yeah, I'm sorry about that embarrassing moment for you. I know it's, but please keep them coming, okay? All right, statutes and rules important to real estate. Actually, before we get into that, I want you to write this down next to DBPR to understand what they're about. And we'll discuss them in a later unit. It's going to be tomorrow. They're the Florida Licensing Authority. So DBPR is the Florida Licensing Authority. In other words, who issues your license? It's DBPR. And when you apply for your license, who do you apply with? You apply with DBPR. Yeah. So your application gets sent through the Beeper's website electronically. You can do your fingerprints independently with third-party companies, and then the state exam is done with the independent third-party company. But the Beeper, issues the license. No school in the state of Florida issues a license, but you need a certificate from us to get the license. This is required. Statutes and rules important to real estate is what we see next. And I'm just going to stick to the most important ones if I can. And the good news is they're summarized for us in the next page, figure 2.1. It's below line 25. In the left column, you see statutes and rules. But let's focus. And on the right column, you see governs. What does governs mean? Let's unpack that. Write that down. Governs means to regulate. So you see on the left the statute and or rule, and on the right you see what it regulates. So the first one that we're going to focus on is something we've already seen. Chapter what? Florida Real Estate License Law. Established when? What date? 19 what? 23. Perfect. You can even write that down next to it so you have that association. Repetition, one of the best ways to retain information. You can agree to that. And what does the Florida Real Estate License Law regulate? Well, real estate licensees, including schools and instructors. When I got my real estate license, I had a horrible experience. The school that I took class with, they don't exist anymore. But at a certain point, they were our competitors. They got bought by Gold Coast. A lot of companies got bought by Gold Coast. But then Gold Coast got bought by an even bigger company called Colibri. And Colibri is Spanish for hummingbird. Anyhow, just realize that. But my suspicion is a lot of these schools are going to suffer because they expanded too quickly. All that PPP money, do you know what I'm talking about? Payroll protection. Yeah. They got all this PPP money and all this ERTC money, you know, ERTC, Employment Retention Tax Credit. So employers, depending on every employee that you kept employed throughout COVID, you got $25,000. So if you have hundreds of employees, you got $25,000. So what they use this money for is they use the money to acquire other businesses, other schools, and they expanded too quickly. And then what happens when you expand too quickly? You compromise what? Quality. So quality is compromised. And I know a lot of people that are taking our class right now that took class with Gold Coast and regret it. And they're not having great experiences just because they're just hiring as many people as they can because they're understaffed, because they expanded too quickly, and it's a big problem. And I think they're going to contract real soon.
Instructor, he had been there for years, and he told us that there was talk of another company buying out, and it seemed like he wasn't happy with it, and he was going to go. And I reached out to him shortly after, and he said he was no longer with the company.
Yeah. Yeah, give me his contact. I like to have a good conversation with him. But anyhow, what was I going to say about, what did I start with? I can't recall. Oh yeah, I had a bad experience when I got my real estate license. A school that I took my class with, it was a person as old as dust, standing behind a podium. Forgive me, I have to be stuck behind this podium because I have online students. So I can move around a little bit. But I also have the computer screen. But they basically stood behind a podium with a textbook and read the textbook verbatim from cover to cover. Okay. Think about how painful that was. And I thought, man, there's got to be something better than this. I passed my state exam eventually with no help from them. I basically had to study on my own. I'm thinking I could have done that on my own. I could have read the entire textbook on my own. Why am I paying for this? But it was a very popular school at the time. And what I found out is a lot of people had the same experience and they lacked technology. So when I came into the business, we're the first school in the state of Florida to offer computerized testing for the class exam. We're the first school in the state, if not the nation, to make a mobile app to help an exam prep, a digital exam prep. No school is doing that in the nation. And first school to administer online live streaming classes. And you would think that people would praise the innovation in technology or bringing that technology into the classroom because it's needed. I mean, you guys are educators. You understand how important technology is in the classroom this day and age, but they fought it and they submitted complaints against our school. And of course, they're frivolous complaints. They got thrown out. And now everybody is using the same technology that we were the pioneers of. So we definitely like to pat ourselves on the back for that. But I think it's so important to understand that not only does education change, but how we learn it as the today's student. So hopefully you guys see that and you registered online, and our class exam is online. Your certificate is automatically administered and given to you as soon as you pass the state exam. It's all automated. And I'm big on AI as well. We talked about AI. Big on tech, big on AI. And I made something for you guys that I'm so proud of. I basically trained an AI chat tutor on real estate knowledge. So I basically fed it all the real estate education that we provide. And with that, you can have a conversation with it. You have your basically a tutor in your pocket. So you can pull it up and you can ask it, what is farming? Okay, how would I use target marketing in my business? Give me 3 examples of this. How could I use that in a social media post? It goes beyond the textbook. And then you can have a continued conversation with it. And it's trained on everything we learn in this class. So I think it's so cool. But that's in the exam prep. I don't know if some of you have seen the exam prep. Maybe you got an email that talked about our exam prep. It's a free trial. If you want to try it and just see what it is, it's really powerful. And we're going to turn that back into a mobile app soon, but we're just revising some things. State exam. No, state exam. Class exam, I'm not worried about the class exam. Okay, I don't give you questions and answers, but I give you exactly what you need to focus on to pass the class exam. That's not my worry. This is a stepping stone, in my opinion. The goal is to pass the state exam. That's when you get the license, right? So I want to make sure you pass on the first attempt. And if you're one of our students, the majority of our students pass on the first attempt. You know what the state statistic is on pass-fail rate? State, not Cameron Academy. 49% pass rate. Yeah, on the first attempt. That's first attempt. It's even worse for second and third and subsequent attempters. Yeah, Cameron Academy, we're about 80 to 85% of our students. Now, that data is not given to us. I have to collect certain information from you guys so I can keep track of it, which is a huge effort and a big endeavor. But I do that because I think it's important to constantly perform and outperform ourselves. We're competing with ourselves. Next, we have Florida Statute 455, which is the laws that govern DBPR. We know who they are. DBPR, Department of Business and Professional Regulation. Okay, and then we have 61J2. I know it's tedious to remember that, but it is a question you can get on your state exam. And why? Because this is the laws or the rules that govern the Florida Real Estate Commission, commonly known as FREC, established 1925. Yep. Any questions here? Okay, let's continue on. If we can continue to page 18. On line 4, we see general licensing provisions. There are 3 types of licenses we're going to talk about. But we're going to start naturally with sales what? Associate. But you're going to see this starting on line 12. So we can highlight that first paragraph. Starting on line 12. Sales associate, which you are soon to be, is a license you would get if you're starting a career in real estate. You typically start off as a sales associate. And what's required to get the Florida Real Estate Sales Associate license? You remember the 5 steps? Take the class, fingerprints, application.
That's the school's test.
Yes, class exam and state exam. You got it. And that's here for us. Look, it's confirmed on line 13. Applicants, which means it's implying that you must submit an application. What's part of the application? Fingerprints, level 2 background check. And have completed the required education, the class you're taking right now, and passing the state exam. It's all confirmed. Will be initially licensed as what? What's this word here? Look, I'm highlighting it. Voluntary what? Okay. So when you pass the state exam, you're not active. Okay. You are voluntary inactive. What does the word voluntary mean? Yeah, it's by your choice. It's at your own will, right? Think of being a volunteer. You're voluntarily doing something at your own will. So if you're voluntary inactive, you're basically just sitting on your license. You're not doing anything with it. You're not practicing, but you do have a license. How do you become active? Finding an employer. You'll see that here. Finding an employer, filing the information with who? DeBeeper keeps track of this. They have control over your license and they keep track of your license status, whether you're inactive or active, and what it takes to accomplish that. Yes. You submit a form to the beeper, but that form is just signed by you, but the broker submits it. And now it can be done, electronically. And it doesn't cost any money to make your license active. It does cost money to become a realtor. We talked about that. So that's an additional expense. And then also keep in mind, you're a 1099 employee. Who is absolutely getting into residential? Raise your hand. Besides Christine. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have to understand that that's the expense of getting into this business, becoming a realtor, the membership dues, and then you're going to spend the money on the things to promote yourself. Talking about business attire. We're talking about you're going to put miles on your vehicle, right? You're going to use your cell phone to make phone calls to potential leads, buyers, sellers, and so forth, negotiate deals, your laptop to do contracts. But the beautiful thing about all those things I just mentioned, you're using it for your business. And because you're a 1099 employee and you're responsible for your own taxation, you can write all of these wonderful things off, but we'll talk more about that and how you can structure it later on. Okay. It's a really good thing if you know how to structure it. But let's continue on to line 16. We see sales and broker associates. We'll talk about what a broker associate is in just a moment. Are employed by either a real estate what? Broker, or even an owner what? Yeah, now you're probably wondering, okay, what is an owner developer? Let me share this with you. Owner developer, unlicensed entity that does what? Sells, exchanges, or leases what type of property? What does it say? Its own. So the name then starts making a little bit more sense. Owner developer, they develop it and they own it and then they sell it or lease it. We're talking about an example, major home builders, like a Lennar Homes, like a DR Horton, like a Cal Atlanta, and so forth, KB Homes. You can hang your license with a home builder. Or another example of an owner developer that's not so obvious are timeshare resorts. So once you get your real estate license, you can get into timeshare sales. Have you heard of timeshare sales before? We'll talk more about timeshare in Unit 8 and what it's all about. But it is an option for you, and a very unique option in the #1 vacation destination in the entire planet called Earth, Orlando, Florida. We got Mickey Mouse, right? So we'll talk about that later on, but it is an option. Something interesting for employees, salespeople of owner developers, such as timeshare salespeople. Those resorts can hire licensed and unlicensed salespeople. Maybe you know some people that are in timeshare sales that don't have a license yet. The way they get away with this is because they pay them strictly on a what basis? You'll see it here. Hire unlicensed salespeople to sell their properties, but unlicensed salespeople must be paid strictly on a what basis? Salaried. They cannot receive a what? A commission, because to receive anything based on the transaction requires a real estate what? License. So to be paid on a transactional basis requires a real estate what? Anything off the transaction, even a bonus. So you're thinking, okay, they could be salaried, right? But what if they, perform really well? Can they receive a bonus? No, that's based off the transaction. And to receive that money, you need a real estate what? An active real estate license, of course. And you'll see that here. Wishes to pay a sales staff commission, they have to have a active real estate license. Do you see that? Any questions on this? Okay. But I get the question from time to time, okay, Michael, what happens if they hire this unlicensed salesperson? They're paying them a salary, but eventually they get a real estate license. Can they take that license and hang it with another timeshare company or a real estate broker, do residential active with the real estate broker, and then salaried doing timeshare sales? Is that acceptable? The answer is yes, because technically it doesn't violate any law. You're only hanging your license with one company. The other one, you're salaried, so you're not hanging a license with them. But I can tell you right now, I can almost guarantee it's going to be a conflict of company policy. And the company is not going to allow you to sell timeshare for two different companies or sell timeshare and simultaneously sell residential. They just don't allow it. Selling the same real estate product or different real estate products for same or different companies, they won't allow it. Let's continue on. Let's talk about what it means to be a broker. Only brokers can have their own brokerage company, their own brokerage office. Associates cannot. So what does it take to become a broker? Does anybody have the agenda or the ambition to become a broker in the future, open up their own brokerage agency? Yeah, why not? But you need to know what it takes. And this is just some foreshadowing to what we're going to see in detail later on. To become a broker requires additional what? Experience, which we'll unpack later on, and I'll share what that means, and passing another state what? So do you remember the 5 steps that we talked about to get a sales associate license? The steps towards getting a broker's license are similar, but then we're adding one additional step, which is the experience. And I'll share that experience, what that actually means later on. But check this out. Some people, they want to earn the broker's license just as a feather in their cap, just for the prestige of calling themselves a real estate broker, but they have no ambition of opening up their own office, or they don't have the capital to open up their own office, build out a space like what we see here, sign a 5-year lease in a shopping center. So what they can do is they can downgrade themselves to the level of a broker what? And that's what a broker associate is. So if I can repeat this once again, just so it sticks a little bit better. A broker associate is like a combination of the two license names, right? It's somebody who's earned the broker's license, but they choose to work at the level of a sales associate. Broker associate. You see the combination? Which means even though they pass the state exam to become a broker, they met all the qualifications to become a broker, they operate under the supervision or direction of another what? Of another broker. Any questions about this? So they basically downgrade themselves. And all it is submitting a form digitally to the beeper that says, I'm not ready to open up my own office. I'm going to continue to work under this broker. I'm going to be a broker associate. The question I get from time to time is, okay, Michael, does my commission structure change? Do I receive more if I become a broker associate? Not unless you negotiate it with your employer and say, hey, listen, I could have easily opened up my own brokerage office and be a competitor to you, but I decided to stay with you So for that reason, I want a 90% split of all, something like that. But that's up to you. And that's your journey that you have to go through. But as soon as they downgrade, they're at the same level as a sales associate. That's why they have to work under the supervision of another broker. The question I get following that is, what if they're ready to open up their own office? What do they do then? Well, they submit another form to the state that says, now I'm ready. And then that changes their status to real estate broker. They can open up their corporation, LLC. They can open up their office and go through that process. Does that answer your question? Okay. Go to page 19, application requirements. Any questions about submitting the application to the state? Look, person that wants to get a license must submit an application. There's no way around it. What's the website? myfloridalicense.com. Let me take you on a quick field trip because everybody in here loves field trips. Let's do it right now. Incognito, myfloridalicense.com. What I'm showing you is the Beeper's website. And this is how simple it is to navigate on. They're the Florida Licensing Authority. They issue not just real estate licenses here in our state, but other occupational licenses. Such as what? Cosmetology, barbers, bartenders, kickboxing licenses. Who thought that was a thing? Geologists, and also athletic agent licenses. There's a whole list of them. But on the homepage, just like I put on your handout for you guys, you would click on the link that says apply for a license. And then look at all the divisions, the different types of licenses they issue. You click on real estate commission. Talent agencies are here as well. And it's already selected, apply for a license. What type of license are you applying for? Sales associate. What type of sales associate application do you need? Well, the initial one. It's called RE1. You scroll down to the bottom and you click on apply using online services. This is all on your handout. I made it simple for you. And if you already have a license issued by DeBeeper, then you can merge those licenses or the applications on the same account. You could simply log in here. Or for most of us that don't have an account, you click on create my account. Fill in this information, submit it. They'll send you a temporary password by email. You log back in, change your password, and your application is going to be waiting there for you to submit. And you're going to answer those questions truthfully. Be forthright, because they're going to know if you're lying or not because of the level 2 background check. The results of that level 2 background check get sent to DeBeeper. But make sure your information is accurate. You don't want errors because that could delay the process. But that's how simple it is. Any questions here? Now, we continue on. You can even scan this QR code. That's nice. Application fee. We talked about the fee already. Any questions about this? There's ways to get a fee waiver if you qualify, low income and military. You can read through this later on. But it has to be within a certain time period. And that's, excuse me, the details we see here. Class exam question. So they can waive the initial biennial fee, application fee, unlicensed activity fee for military veterans. So does that apply to you? Yeah. What branch of the military? Navy. Thank you for your service, by the way. Are you still on? Okay, so you're DD 214. Okay. We'll talk more about that. Application must be made within how many months? Yeah, so you do apply, or your situation does apply to what we see here. So good for you. Save some money. Why not? Save as much money as possible. What does it require? A little evidence? No big deal. Go to page 20. Fingerprints. Level 2. Florida Department of Law Enforcement and FBI. Says takes up to 5 days for fingerprints to process, but the students from the last class were getting approved in a few days. Okay. It's not a common thing to get approved in just a few days. They tell you 7 to 10 business days, something like this. But students in the last class, 24 hours later, they're getting approved. If you have criminal history, it could delay things. Just understand that, because then they have to review to determine if you're qualified or not based on that history. But if you have no criminal history, it could be that quick. Any questions about fingerprinting? Okay. And I did see that you already submitted for the fingerprints, right? You already paid for the fingerprints. And just double check. Go online on myfloridalicense.com and click on verify license and then view application status. And then just make sure that you're, it's okay. I hope so. But the way to check is go to myfloridalicense.com and then you can check on your application status. If the application says eligible for exam, then you're good to go. You should have gotten a 9-digit code from Pearson VUE. Did you get that? Okay. That allows you to schedule your state exam with Pearson VUE. We'll talk more about that later on. What do they look for in the background check? The CBC, criminal background check. They want to look for if you're convicted of a crime, found guilty. It says plea of guilty or nolo contendere, no contest, criminal charges, or adjudication withheld. Let me explain what withholding adjudication means. It means that the judge felt you were in no danger or further danger to the public. So instead of putting you in jail, they gave you like community service, probation, something like this. So they withheld adjudication if that's the case. And that's still something that has to be disclosed on a license application. If you pled nolo contendere, which is a Latin, it means no contest. Not YOLO, but nolo. So it means that you chose not to fight and you allowed the judge to impose whatever penalty they felt was necessary for the allegations. Usually this is presented to you when you're a first-time offender and they already speak with the opposing counsel. They think they're just going to give you a slap on the wrist. So they say, if you plead nolo contendere, then they'll just give you a slap on the wrist and you do community service or whatever the case may be. It's going to haunt you because imagine the allegation was theft. The legal term for theft is larceny. So you have larceny, whether it's petty or not, and you pled nolo contendere. That's somebody that's basically saying, I'm not going to fight for my innocence. I'm not going to admit I'm guilty. I'm on the fence. And that does not look good when you're applying for a job later on, because a future employer is going to say, okay, well, human nature, they probably did it. That's why they didn't try to defend themselves or try to prove their innocence. So it's definitely something that you want to disclose on your application. And luckily on the application, you can provide an explanation. You could provide a description. So you have to provide the court date, the outcome, and your description could accompany that. And you can even type up a separate letter. I'm recognized as one of the state experts when helping people that have criminal history that are worried as to whether or not they're eligible to get or qualified to get a real estate license. I've helped at least a half a dozen people that have served over 10 years in prison get a real estate license. Not that that's my agenda, okay? Turn criminals into realtors, but the point being is they've already paid their debt to society. They're trying to restart anew. And if I can help to the best of my ability, that's what I do. And we've had good success with the strategies that we implement. So just come see me if you need assistance with that. Not saying any of you are criminals, okay? But just come see me privately. You can always email us. So background check questions. They want to know about what? Felonies, misdemeanors, traffic offenses, really? Are we talking about speeding tickets or parking violations? No, because some of you got in trouble when you you got scared when you saw traffic offenses, thinking, okay, damn, how many tickets do I gotta disclose to them? But no, we're talking about DUIs. We're talking about driving with a suspended license, getting arrested, something like that. Any questions about this? Okay. Just answer these questions truthfully, because it's going to appear on your permanent criminal record. Your fingerprints serve that purpose. They scan your fingerprints, collect your identity so they can run it through these databases, and the results from that database search go to the beeper. So they have all the information in front of them. They don't need you to disclose it, but the fact that you are disclosing and being forthright, truthful, is a show of your character and what type of agent you're going to be. So part of this process is to test your ethics. Just be aware of that. Okay, what do I want to show you? This is some recommendations I might make to somebody that is worried about their criminal history. Provide 3 reference letters. You can attach them digitally to the application like you're attaching a document to an email. And basically, it's people that are writing letters, God bless you, that are attesting to your good character and saying, okay, we trust this person, they're a previous employee, whatever the case may be. One can be a family member, but the state is just going to throw that one in the garbage, I'll tell you right now. As chances are, Uncle Buck can probably write you something and sign it for you. But it's not serious. If you think something has been expunged from your record, know that expungement is not automatic. You have to pay a lawyer for this service. And it's so you can completely remove criminal history from your history. Any questions about that? And then sealing. Understanding sealing your record means it can't be seen, but it still exists. Unless you're FBI or something, or some type of police enforcement. But the average employer won't be able to see it if it's sealed. So don't think automatically, oh, it happened over 20 years ago, it's automatically sealed. No. It's, if you are of legal age and they charge you as if you are of legal age, it's going to show up in your permanent criminal history. Once again, if you need additional guidance, I can provide that to you. No issue whatsoever. I'm not going to charge you for it. Let's move on. Applicant agendas. If they think your criminal history is severe, then your application might get flagged. And what they'll do is they might ask you to come in for an interview. Okay. Interview could probably be held through Zoom nowadays, but the physical interviews are in Orlando, Florida. So even if you're taking this class in Jacksonville, right, or in Miami, you might have to travel to Orlando if you want to attend in person and explain yourself and why you're qualified to be a real estate professional. Go to page 23, time periods for your application process. If I can show you something real quick, it says period to check for errors and omissions. We know what an error is. That means you made a mistake on the application. What's an omission? If you omitted something. Yeah, you left it out. Something's missing that you should have provided. And they're going to check for this. If they see any issues within 30 days, that's how long they have to check for it, they'll send it back to you. And you'll have 30 days to correct it and send it back to them. And then they have 30 days all over again for processing. So how many days total do they have to give you an approval or denial? 30, 30, 30 is?
90.
Yeah. 30 days initially. They send it back to you. You have 30 days to correct. And then they have 30 days all over again. So 30, 30, 30, maximum of 90 days to give you an approval or a denial. I've seen circumstances where, and this is when applications were physical. This is before, way before applications were electronic. They would have rooms filled with applications. It was crazy. Processing all of this documentation, physical documents, stacks and stacks, hundreds to go through at a time. It was a lot. It was a huge endeavor. And it was a big department that was dedicated towards this. So applications, naturally, they slip through the cracks. And then what happens after 90 days? That person can call and say, well, you have to automatically approve my application. I've seen that on a number of occasions, not anymore because they're electronic, but when your application and fingerprints are approved, remember the national testing vendor, Pearson VUE, who administers the state exam, they will send you an email with a 9-digit code that allows you to take your state exam or schedule your state exam. And I'll take you to Pearson VUE's website right now because we love field trips. PearsonVUE.com. And that's how you spell it. It's an odd way of spelling it, VUE. Once again, they're national. They are national. So you have to be specific on what state you're trying to take your state exam. And what license? So yeah, Florida, but Florida what? What type of license? Florida real estate. As soon as you type in real, you'll see right here, there's only one option, Florida real estate and appraisers. You click here, and then they give you the page where you can create an account. And when you click on that, look, first name, last name, and the Florida real estate application ID. What is that? That's the 9-digit code that they send you via email that allows you to make an account with them and schedule your state exam. Any questions? Once again, this is on your handout. All righty. Oh, okay. So something you need to know when you go to the testing facility says you need to bring sufficient identification. What is that? 2 forms of signature ID. Student and employment identification are not accepted. So what's a signature? What type of ID has a signature on it? Driver's license, passport, yeah, those are acceptable. But even a debit card with your signature, if you didn't sign the back, then you make sure you sign it before you show it to them. Otherwise, they won't accept it. You'll see right here, the schedule the examination in person or proctored, because that's allowed now. They allow you to take your state exam at home. Any questions about this? And look, it says proof that they've completed this course. So you need to bring a copy of the certificate to the state testing facility. You're not allowed to wear any jackets. You can't bring any technology into the space. No Apple Watches, no Google Glass or whatever it is, Meta. No cell phones, obviously. Nothing programmable. Like you can't bring like a Texas Instruments calculator. They will provide you with their own calculator, very basic functionality. And they give you a locker to put all your belongings away. And then when you're done, you can retrieve your belongings along with getting your results at the reception desk. Any questions about this? Okay, highlight this paragraph. This is probably not relevant to most, but it's something you're going to see on your homework tonight. License by endorsement. So if you have a license in another state, a real estate license in another state, they make it easier for military to get a license if they have to be moved. So that's what this is. You can read through it later on tonight if you wish, but let's move on to the next page. Under non-resident applicant requirements, look on line 9, highlight this. It says, applicants, are they or are they not required to be residents of Florida? Yeah, so you can live anywhere on the planet, Dubai if you want to, China if you want to, and you can have an active Florida real estate license. You don't have to live here to sell here or have an active license here. It used to be in states like Hawaii. You had to live or reside in Hawaii if you wanted to sell real estate there, but not anymore. Did you venture out to? Okay, you were in the Navy, so sometimes that would have been nice, but anyhow. So what was I going to say? Yes. So other states, they did require for you to reside there if you wanted to practice there, but not anymore. Not for Hawaii even anymore. No state requires that you live there, including Florida. But let's talk about what it means to be a Florida resident. This is important. And you'll see it starting on line 11. It's highlighted. Somebody who's resided in Florida continuously for a period of how many months? Yeah, within a year. Or what I find even more interesting, look on line 15. Look on line 15. I'm highlighting this. Somebody who has the intention of living in Florida continuously for how many months? 4 months or longer. What in the flip is that? Okay. How do you prove that somebody has the intention of living in Florida for at least 4 months? Yeah, maybe they sign an employment contract for at least 4 months. Or maybe they haven't lived here for 4 months, but they just signed a what agreement? A lease agreement for 1 year, let's say. At that point, as soon as they sign a lease, there's an intention to live in Florida for at least 4 months. And if that's the case, they're classified or recognized as a Florida or what? But for license purposes, doesn't mean you get the SeaWorld discount, okay? Doesn't mean you get the Florida resident discount, not just yet. But for real estate purposes, it makes you a resident. Why is that important? Because of what you also highlighted, mutual recognition agreements. There's a beautiful thing that Florida has with 8 other states throughout the nation. We have an agreement with 8 other states that makes it easier for you to get a license there once you get a license here. You don't have to know all 8 states. You're not going to be tested on this, and it is subject to change, but it's not the sexy states that you want to also have a real estate license, okay? Maybe Georgia. Georgia's one of them. Georgia's a good state to have a real estate license, and it complements Florida well. But the other states are like Alabama, Arkansas, Connecticut, Georgia, Indiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma. I mean, not the states you really want to practice. It's not like New York or Texas or California or Colorado or something like this, but we do make it easier for you to get a license in those 8 other states if you already have a Florida real estate license, and it's mutual, means it works both ways. So if somebody earns a Georgia real estate license and they also want to get a Florida real estate license, this agreement states that they have to live in Georgia, they have to reside in Georgia, and Florida recognizes that they completed the education already, like the class you're taking right now to get the real estate license, but in Georgia, and they don't make them repeat the pre-license course here. That's nice. They still have to submit an application and fingerprints, and they still have to take a state what? But the state exam is not the full 100 question. I just gave you the information. The state exam is 100 questions. It's not the full 100 question exam you would normally take. The state exam is only 40 questions. You'll see that on the next page. Demonstrating what? Knowledge of what? What's different from state to state that you need to know about before you start practicing somewhere else? What changes from state? Yeah, the laws. The laws in Georgia are different from the laws in Florida. So they want to make sure if you're going to practice here, you need to at least be tested on the laws and pass an exam based on those laws. And that's the 40 question exam. Something interesting about this. See if it's back on the previous page. Yes, it's right here, what we highlighted. This agreement applies exclusively to what? Non-residents. So that example I provided to you, you have a Georgia real estate licensee. They live in Georgia. Well, Georgia and Florida have an agreement with one another, and they're a non-resident, so they qualify. As long as they live in Georgia, they can also get a Florida real estate license using this benefit. But as soon as they move to Florida or have the intention of moving to Florida for at least how many months? They're classified as a resident and they blow this opportunity. So this is how you're going to be tested on your exam. Can I share with you a typical state exam question? You might even see it for your homework tonight. Let's use that same example. Let's say Bobby is Georgia real estate licensee. Bobby moves to Miami 6 months ago. Bobby now wants to get a Florida real estate license to practice here. Can Bobby get a Florida real estate license through mutual recognition? Yes or no? The answer is a resounding no, because this benefit applies exclusively to what, residents or non-residents. And Bobby moved to Miami how many months ago? 6. Is that more than 4? Are they considered to be a resident? And therefore, they must do everything residents do, what you're doing right now to get the license, the 5 steps. Yes. Yes, you can. An active license. Because if you have an active license in Georgia, that means you're just hanging your Georgia license with a broker there. And you can simultaneously have an active license here in Florida with whatever brokerage company you choose to hang it with here. You can have a license in every single state. I advise that you don't do that, okay? I've tried. It's not a good idea. I thought it was a good idea. Like, I'm going to have a license in every single state. No, it's a lot to keep up with. Now, if you're on the Panhandle, if you're right there in Jacksonville, okay, Susie, then maybe it makes sense for you to get both licenses. By the way, we offer that class online, Georgia. But you can get both, and you can practice on both sides of the Florida-Georgia line, which is pretty cool. And I've seen real estate professionals that have done that. Any questions with this? Okay.
Just to clarify.
All right. I think we got the picture. Go to this page again. What page are we on? Page 25, the shaded box. Mutual recognition is not what? Reciprocity. Yeah, mutual recognition is what we described just a moment ago, right? We have this agreement with 8 other states, mutually recognize each other's education and experience. But reciprocity is where if you have a license in one state, you can practice in multiple states. So I think the tri-state area, like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, I think they have some type of agreement like this. Reciprocity, where if you get one, you can practice in multiple. But Florida does not have this agreement with any other state, unfortunately. Where you can get a Florida real estate license and just start selling in Alabama. You can't do it. Okay, let's move a little bit further down. We see sales associates qualifications for licensure. Online 21, do you have to be a citizen to get a Florida real estate license? No. So we've learned now that not only do you not have to be a resident, but now you don't have to be a citizen. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It gives so many people this opportunity to start this career in real estate. And as a non-citizen, you can get a Florida real estate license, but you have to be at least how old? Have a high school what? And on line 1 of the next page, you have to have a what number? Yeah, now, wait a second. Okay, so you don't have to be a citizen, but you need a social. So isn't that a conflict? No, because as long as you have at least a work visa, you're issued a social. And what's the whole purpose of the social? We know the purpose of needing a social security number, right? Look at the reason they give in the textbook. It's hilarious. It's in the shaded box, last sentence in the first paragraph. The social security number is used to determine whether applicants are in compliance with what? Child support obligations. Yeah, that's the real reason we need a social, to make sure you comply with child support obligations. We can handle the truth. We're adults. What's the truth? To make sure you're legal to work in this and pay your fair share of what? Taxes. That's the real reason. Let's not sugarcoat it with something else. It could serve this purpose, but is not the complete truth. Now, the good news is application and fingerprints, once approved, is good for how long? 2 years. So is the certificate we issue when you pass the class exam. So you have 2 years for the application, fingerprints, 2 years for the certificate. That is plenty of time to pass the state exam, get your license. The class you're taking right now is called Course 1. It's approved by the state, and you have to successfully complete this course. We talked about that. What are we going to discuss in this class? Well, fundamentals of real estate, principles and practices, law, and math that you're actually going to use. Online 27. It's a total of 63 hours. You know this. You looked this up online. You saw it on our website. Just know this. If you're here every single day, you don't miss a day, your hours are going to be covered. Are you with me? Okay. That's it. Because sometimes we might get done a little bit early. And depending on how we feel about that, you're still going to get the full amount of credit. Okay. But make sure you don't miss a day. That is the most important thing. Our policy and what you agreed to upon registering for classes, if you miss a day, you have to make it up. There's no way around this. This is our policy. There's other schools, at least when I took class, and I see some schools doing right now that allow you to miss days and still complete the course. That's doing you a disservice. You realize that, right? Because when you go to take the state exam and you don't recognize some of these questions, oh, I was absent that day. But you're not going to blame yourself. You're going to blame the school. So then the school has this bad reputation, but it's their fault. They need to hold their students accountable, and you're going to be better off. It's going to be a symbiotic relationship. Let's move on. This is how your exam is normally structured. 45 questions about principles and practices, almost half. The other almost half is about law, and the last 10 questions are math. And what's your passing grade need to be on your first attempt? 70% or higher. Everybody's going to pass on the first attempt, correct? Okay. You better. You know, it was good for you. Let's go to page 27. Yes. This is a great question. So, do you have to pass the state exam again? No, you only have to pass the state exam once. But you do have to come back and take an educational class with us for your first renewal and every renewal after that. The first renewal is different from your second and subsequent renewals. We'll talk about it. Yeah, you're on the right track. So how do we allow you to make up missed classes? Well, it has to be completed within 30 days. But the clock, that 30-day clock starts from today. So you have for you guys, by January 1st to wrap up everything with us. Making up any missed classes and passing or attempting your class exam. It's a great question. So there's two ways to do it. The free way and the quick way. Okay. The free way is to come back and take a class to actually repeat the class that you miss. Make it up through Zoom. Okay. But what if we don't have a class available or that fits your time period? You can do it independently, but it does cost money. And the way to do that, we charge you $25 per unit you miss. We give you videos, you take quizzes, we keep track of it, and we give you credit for it. So if you miss a day, we have to play it by ear, and we'll send you a link. Actually, I think it's on your account, on your dashboard. You see the makeup missed days. Those links allow you to pay for access to those videos and then take those quizzes. You get credit for it. Obviously, you don't want to miss a day, but things happen, right? And now you know your options. You can always reach out to us and confirm that once again. Any questions? We already talked about failing. If you don't pass on your first attempt, how many days must you wait to retest? Yep. And you have up to a year for your second attempt. How many attempts do you get? 2 maximum attempts. What if you don't pass on your second attempt? You have to retake this course. Don't let it happen to you. I think we're at the break, but let's take a quick 10-minute break. Okay. 10 minutes. Be back we do small working breaks. Be back at 8:35. 8:35. Stretch out, grab a snack, make a phone call, do what you got to do. Yeah. Thank you. All right, go to page 28. Get there for me. And on page 20, we see license examinations. We already discussed this, didn't we? We talked about the class exam, we talked about the state exam, but this is focused more so on the state exam. Says the state exam is a multiple choice computerized test offered in English and in Spanish. Has anybody heard the rumor floating around, take your exam in Spanish? Yes? Okay. They say that over at the other school? Okay. They got that from us. No, it feels good, to be innovators and not imitators. But no, there is a rumor floating around that the state exam in Spanish is an easier test, but that's false. It's not true. They hired somebody from Spain to translate the 20 versions of the English exam into Spanish for the Hispanic Spanish-speaking community. And as you know, in Florida, we have a large Spanish-speaking community. So because of this demand, they gave in and decided to accommodate. They hired this person from Spain to translate the exams. Now, anybody in here speak Spanish? One of us? Okay. You speak? Are you from Spain? You're from Venezuela, right? Online? Anybody from Spain? No. Because people don't leave the Mediterranean to go to Daytona Beach. They don't substitute, right? They don't leave that environment to come to Florida. It's just not a common thing to see a lot of people from Spain here, but yet they hired somebody from Spain to translate the test. You see where I'm getting at this? Where do most Spanish speakers come from that live here in Florida? The Caribbean Spanish or South America, Central America, but they chose somebody from Spain. Does that make sense? And dialects are different, right? If you speak Spanish in Mexico, is different from people who speak in Venezuela. They have different words that they use for the same thing. So it's a little bit foolish. Even if you speak Spanish, it might not help you out, is what I'm saying, unless you're from Spain. And the person they hired couldn't even translate all 20 versions. They stopped at 5. And they say, here you go, take it or leave it. He said, why can't you translate all 20? Well, some words in English don't translate into Spanish. And especially the real estate terminology that's used here, it's just, we can't do it. The 5 that we're giving you is all we can do without backlash. We confirm there's not going to be backlash from this. But if we try to translate all 20, you're going to have a lot of backlash. So take it or leave it. And they took it. So now, even to this day, and this is, decades ago, they implemented the Spanish version of the test. There's still 20 versions in English and only 5 versions in Spanish. So if you take it in Spanish, you're tested on a smaller pool of questions, whatever that's worth. And also, the person that translated chose the questions that were easier to convert from English into what? So I'm talking about the conversion, not it's an easier test. It's just, it was easier to convert. The terminology was easier to translate. So what that means is it's not those very confusing and tricky questions that you normally see on an English version of a test. We've all taken exams here. We understand that we encounter these questions that really try to twist your brain and trick you, right? But there's no translation for that trickiness. So the Spanish version of the test is very straightforward. Out of the following, who needs a license, right? And they give you options. Very clear. Not which of the following individuals is not exempt from licensure. It's like, not exempt. Wait, what? If you're exempt, but then that's a double negative. It's like, it's very confusing. So a lot of that confusingness is eliminated. Now, you're probably thinking, why is Michael going on and on about this? Like, I speak Spanish, right? Like, why? This is a waste of my time. Okay, let's get back to the information. It's not a waste of your time because I took my state exam in Spanish and I don't speak Spanish, at least not fluently. Okay. Estoy tratando. Okay. Pero es muy difícil. Soy gringo. Anyhow, what I'm saying is I took the state exam in Spanish with all the benefits that come with it, but I don't speak Spanish. So how did I accomplish that? Well, here's the answers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to give you the answers. When you go to the testing facility, you greet the receptionist to check in for the test. And you say, hola, ¿cómo estás? Todo bien? No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that, okay? You don't have to remember Spanish phrases and greetings and so forth. You can speak normally. If they speak to you in Spanish, which they won't, say, I prefer to speak in English, sit me down and take my test. Thank you. Because they can't deny anybody that requests a Spanish version of the test. The state does not care. These testing centers don't care. They say, you want it in Spanish? Here you go. You want it in English? Here you go. They don't care whether or not you really speak Spanish. So I'm telling you this because I want you to have just that little edge. It's not much of an edge, but it's a little edge. And then you're still confused. Listen, I don't speak Spanish. The test is going to be in Spanish. What am I going to do in front of this computer screen? Just, twiddle my fingers, chew some gum? No. There's a button in the upper right-hand corner that says traducir or traducción, which means what? It means translate. It means translation, okay? You click that button once and it will translate not just the screen, but the entire exam from Spanish into English. And now you get all the benefits of the Spanish test, but you're actually taking it in English. You're welcome. Now, raise your hand. Who speaks Spanish? Everybody speaks Spanish, okay? Yes. I'm not messing with you. And if you think I'm trying to trick you and you're like, hey, do you guarantee that button's there? Because I pay for this and you better reimburse me. I know that's what you're getting at, but look, it's in your textbook. You may toggle back and forth between Spanish and English translations. You're welcome. Your passing grade must always be what for the state exam? 75. Any questions? Okay. Now, when you pass the state exam, you're issued a license, but remember, it's voluntary what? Inactive until you find a what? An employer, either a broker or an owner developer. Okay, what do I want to share with you here? We talked about having the right to review the test you failed. We already discussed that, right? If you fail the test, you can review it within 21 days of the fail date. That's there. It's also on your handout, so you don't necessarily need to highlight it, but let's move on. How many hours does the state give you to pass or to complete the state exam? 3.5. We give you, as a school, 3 hours. My advice to you, and I'll remind you of this on the last day of class, you need to start preparing mentally right now to keep your butt in that seat for the full time. So if you finish early, just know that you're going to stick it out and you're going to go back and review. And I'm not telling you to second guess yourself because we might suffer from test anxiety. It's a real thing, okay? Like, right? You study your butt off and you get in front of a computer screen and it's gone. It's like, what happened? It's usually just for the first few questions where you blank out. But once you start reading through the additional questions, progressing, you're going to start to build that confidence back. And then the information should help you remember things from earlier in the exam that you were a little bit confused about. That memory is going to start building back. But if you finish early, go back and review and look for errors. Look for things that you might have missed, like not questions. You know what a not question is, right? Which of the following is not? And you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even see that part. And I answered in a completely opposite fashion. Yes. I tend to do that. Let's move on to, we're on page 29, 28 or 29? 29. And on line 3, midway in the page, class exam question. Let's talk about license renewal. license renewal. No matter who you are, if you have a real estate license in Florida, you are required to complete this renewal. You're not exempt from this renewal. We'll talk about certain exemptions, but we'll get there in just a moment. But most of us, the majority of us, are required to complete our license renewals, and it's essentially every 2 years. The first renewal is a little bit tricky, and it requires coming back to us and completing an educational course. It's a 45-hour post-licensing course. Right now, you're taking a pre-license course. Pre means what? Before. So before you get the license, you take this class. Post means what? So after you get the license, you're required to complete this educational course. And how many hours is it? It's a 45-hour post-licensing course. This is your most important renewal. Meaning, if you're late by 1 day to complete this course, your license is expired by 1 day, they don't cut you any slack. You lose your license becomes null and void, and look on line 10, you must requalify as if you've never had a license. So those 5 steps that you have on your handout that we discussed have to be repeated all over again. I mean, that's tough. And I had somebody in the last class, her name was Evelise. And Evelise, she was preaching to the class the whole time. Do not let it happen to you, please. Please listen to Michael and the advice he provides. And I'm not trying to just boost myself up. I know how you can protect your license. And I give you that advice to protect your license. This is how you do it. As soon as you pass your state exam, you just simply come right back and do your post. That's it. And then you never have to do one of these classes again. Never have to do a 63, never have to do a 45. Every renewal after that is a piece of cake. It's only 14 hours every 2 years. Only a class. No state. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that we could take our post license immediately after?
Yes.
We can.
This is the recommendation I provide to all of my students. As long as we've been providing this education, we always tell our students, as soon as you pass the state exam, you need to come right back into your post. Just knock it out. Because then you have that peace of mind knowing that you're not going to wait till last minute to do a 45-hour class like Evelise and was dreading doing this process all over again. Her application, fingerprints, all that stuff is gone. She had to start from scratch. I mean, that's tough. But she did it, and she's pretty sure she has a license again, and she'll never repeat that. Don't wait till last minute to do this class. Just knock it out, and then you have that peace of mind.
And then, like, I know you have to take the state exam, but is there like a course exam?
Yep, right here, look. 75% or higher to pass the end of course exam. Any questions? Okay.
What if you don't pass that test?
It's the same thing as a pre-license. You have to wait 30 days to retest. You come back and you have 2 attempts. For the post-license class, you have 2 attempts to pass, just like the pre-license course. So you should pass on the first attempt, just like you should pass this class exam on the first attempt, at least if you take it with us. Let's move on. There's only one circumstance where they might give somebody an exception to the rule for late renewal. And you'll see it here on the next page, page 30, line 1. At the end of line 1, either you suffer a physical what? Yep. Or on line 5, at the end of line 5, an economic what? Hardship. If you can somehow prove either you were physically in a coma for all this time and that's why you couldn't renew, or economic, you couldn't afford to renew your license, that's legitimate, and you have to provide evidence of that, and they might give you an exception to the rule. Might extend it for a certain time period, and that's it. Every renewal after the first is called a CE. What does CE stand for? And how many hours is it? It's a 14-hour continuing education every how often on line 13? Every 2 years. Every 2 years. That's a piece of cake. Your first renewal, you have 18 to 24 months. It's a little bit odd. You won't see how that works until tomorrow. I could just tell you it's 18 to 24 months. Every renewal after that is exactly 2 years. Within every 2 years, you have to complete the educational class with us, pay your renewal fee. How much is the renewal fee? Less than $100 every 2 years. Okay, check this out on line 26. A licensee may substitute attendance at one legal agenda session of FREC for 3 hours of CE per renewal cycle. Just a fun fact. The Florida Real Estate Commission, they meet once a month, and they meet in downtown Orlando. Convenient for us. They meet in the headquarters for the Division of Real Estate. We'll see this again tomorrow. And you can attend, the public can attend this session. And if you sign in with your license number, they'll give you how many hours credit? 3 hours credit towards your CE. Not per session, but per renewal cycle. So it's not like you can attend 5 meetings in a row and cover your 14 hours. That would be nice, but you can't do it. Let's go to page 31. What about brokers? Okay, brokers. If you want to become a broker, as an associate, you have to at least complete your 45-hour post-licensing course first to be eligible to apply. So that's another reason why this course, your first renewal as a sales associate, is important. If eventually you want to become a broker, you must have completed that 45-hour class. Then you have to take a pre-licensed course with us. It's called Course 2, and it's 72 hours, 69 plus 3 for your end of course exam. Any questions about this? And then you have to have experience. Remember, this is the additional requirement to become a broker. And you'll see it on lines 11 through 15. Specifically on line 13, your experience must consist of being active as a real estate licensee for at least how many months? Within how much of a time period? Yeah, 2 years within 5 years. You could be active with any broker, but the key word is broker. You cannot earn experience by being active with an owner developer. To become a broker, you must be active with a what? A broker. This is the rule. So if you intend on working in timeshare, for instance, you need to request that your license be placed with a real estate broker in the company if they have that option. Yes.
For the 2 years out of 5 years, once you hit that 2-year mark, can you apply to become a broker, or do you have to wait?
Yes. Yeah. As long as you hit the 2-year mark, it could be the first 2 years, the first 24 months. And it doesn't have to be 24 months consecutive with one broker. It could be 6 months with 4 different brokers. 6 months, 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. As long as it adds up to at least 24 within that 5-year time period, you meet the experience requirement. But something interesting about this, and a little bit scary, is that it doesn't say anything about completing a transaction. It just says being active for 2 years within a 5-year time period. So I could just have my license hung with a broker for at least 2 years, not complete one single real estate transaction, and be qualified, eligible to become a broker myself. It's scary, right? It should not be the case, but the beeper can't keep track of all the transactions you complete. They only keep track of your license status, active, inactive, who you are active with, and so forth. But our transactions should be documented. Maybe that's a change that should be implemented as well. The experience can be earned in Florida, another state, or even a foreign jurisdiction, as long as it's recognized by Florida. See right here, any foreign jurisdiction, 24 months. but it has to be recognized by Florida. If you go to the next page, page 32, just like associates have to complete their first renewal, so do brokers. It's called the post-licensing course, and it's how many hours? Look, I'm highlighting 60 hours. Any questions here? No state exam. You only have to pass the state exam once. Yeah. And if you're late by 1 day, what happens? Comes null and void. And you got to start all over as a sales associate. If we continue on, some terminology on line 14 that we should be familiar with: registration and licensure. Registration is, simply put, it's the first sentence, the process of submitting information to the beeper. That's it. To have it placed within the records on file. So when you submit your application to the beeper, you are registering with the beeper because you're filing information with him, right? When you make your license active with a broker, you submit a form to the beeper so they can keep track of the status, what broker you're active with. That's registration as well. There's several examples of this in the paragraph. You can read through this later on tonight. But licensure is just like it sounds, being issued a license by the state. Now, something interesting. It used to be, like when I first got my license, they would send you a physical license in the mail. It's not the case anymore. They used to send you a license that was like cardstock paper. It was really thick, and it was perforated, so you could just punch it out, and then you can stick it in your wallet, and they would send you that every time you renew, every 2 years, but that became too expensive. So then they went to, I think, paper for a little bit, and then they tried to do plastic 1 year. That didn't work. And now it's digital. They send you a PDF in your email, and they do require that you print your license. You cut out the wallet size version of it. You can laminate it, but you have to keep it in your wallet or your purse, whatever the case may be. They say it's to serve as prima facie evidence, meaning that at a moment's notice, you should be able to prove that you're a real estate professional. How do you prove it? By showing your license. So you have to keep it on you like you have your driver's license on you at all times. Yeah, you can just print it again and cut it out. You can always request an additional copy by the state as well, and that's free of charge. So that's nice. Let's continue on. You're going to be tested on prima facie evidence, class exam question, and the shaded box. Okay, let's talk about one of our last subjects for this unit. It's real estate services. And there's 8 services of real estate we need to be familiar with. You're going to be tested on this. And it forms an acronym to help you recall. It's a bar sale. Advertising, buying, appraising, renting, selling, auctioning, leasing, and exchanging. Why do you need to know these 8? You need to know these 8 because of what we see on the next page, line 10. Let me read this out to you. This whole paragraph is important. Anyone who performs real estate services, a bar sale, for another person for compensation of any type must be what? Unless specifically exempted by law. So it says compensation of any type. What is compensation? Some people get confused as to what compensation actually is. Compensation is anything of value or valuable consideration, directly or indirectly paid, promised or expected to be paid or received. What does that mean? Promised or expected to be paid or received. You might not know this, but compensation means the promise of being paid is the same as getting paid, even if you don't get paid. Do you understand what I just said? Let me repeat it. Compensation means the promise of being paid is the same as getting paid, even if you don't get paid. So if I promise then I'm going to pay you something for completing a real estate service, and you don't have a real estate license at that moment, as soon as you accept that promise. And even the fact that I gave you that promise, we're both in violation of real estate license law. Because to even accept the promise of being paid for completion of a real estate service, you need a real estate what? An active real estate license. Not just a real estate license, but active. Any questions about this? Some people get confused with this because then they give examples of dinners and gift cards and flowers and baskets and Bad Bunny and Beyonce tickets. These are all forms of compensation. And if it's anything of value based on the transaction, that's a form of compensation, and you need an active real estate license to accept it. Are you with me on this? You're going to be tested on this. Let me give you an example. Joe is helping his father sell some property he owns. Joe is not a real estate professional, but the father is grateful for his son's performance, so he wants to give him something for helping him out. Tries to hand him a few $1,000s. He says, no, I'm just happy you sold the property. Okay. Or he tries to give him the money or promise he's going to give the money, right? I'll give you $3,000 after we complete the deal. They say, yeah, that's fine. Pay me whatever you think is fair after the transaction is done. When he tries to hand him the thousands of dollars, the son says, no, I'm not going to take your money. I'm just happy you sold the property, Dad. Okay. And it stops right there. No money has exchanged hands. Was this a violation of real estate license law? Yes or no? Of course, it was a violation, because when he promised he was going to pay his son something, they continued with that arrangement. So that's an acceptance of that promise. And the son doesn't have a real estate license. How can he accept the promise for being compensated for completing a real estate transaction? That's illegal. Actually, both the father and son are in violation. But you're probably wondering, okay, well, wait a second. They're related. They're relatives. It's father and son. Isn't there some type of family exception to the rule? No. Doesn't matter that they're related unless both of their names are on the deed for the property. They both have ownership. That would be a different situation. But that's not what we described here. So, typical state exam question you might encounter. Let's move on. When could you be exempt from needing a real estate license, not need a license to participate in real estate services? Go to page 35. This is quite intriguing. I just gave you an example of this. Owner exemptions. If you're the owner of the property, do you need a real estate license to sell it? If you own the property, do you need a real estate license to sell it? For sale by, you've heard of that before, right? We call them FSBO sellers. It's real estate jargon. FSBO sellers, for sale by owner. And even for rent by owner as well. Question?
Contract and everything.
Uh-huh.
Was I in, should I have not done that?
No. You're perfectly fine. There's no need to have a real estate agent within a transaction. It's advised to have one to protect your rights as the consumer if you're the buyer, or on the other side as the seller. Because what's that real estate agent's objective, right? To look out for your best interests, to make sure that they guide you within the transaction, make sure the terms are favorable and so forth. And to make sure that nothing is injected into that contract that you might not be aware of. So you didn't need to, but that's assuming you knew what you were doing and you used the right contracts to solidify the deal. I don't know if you use the standard up-to-date contracts to make sure that you receive the most protection possible. Okay, fair enough. Even if you own timeshare, you could sell it, rent it. Exemptions based on your career. Check this out. If you're a lawyer, you don't need a real estate license to provide legal services within the transaction. Some people might even use lawyers to conduct the closing for a real estate transaction. And sometimes in other states like New York, they only use lawyers to conduct the closing for a real estate transaction. Here in Florida, we have lawyers and we have title companies. We have both. So just something to consider. CPAs. They could provide accounting services for real estate transaction, like if you're selling an income producing property and want to make sure the financials are in order, or selling a business. By the way, some people don't get this, but I want to share it with you. To sell a business for another person in the state of Florida and to be compensated for helping somebody list their business and try to sell it, you need a real estate license. So in other states, they don't require this, but in Florida, even if no real estate is included, even if that business is just a tenant in a shopping center, even if it's a software company and they don't have a physical location, they're all in the cloud, they're all online, it doesn't matter. If the company is based out of Florida and you're selling that business in Florida, you need a real estate license to make a commission off of helping them sell it, even if no real estate is included. An appraiser. Remember, appraisers, almost every single real estate transaction requires this appraisal to be conducted. You got to know what that property is worth, right? And they could receive money off the transaction without also needing a sales associate license. Salaried. Remember salaried? If you're salaried, you receive no commission. You could be employed in this capacity. And you'll see an example. Look, an employee of an apartment community, like a leasing agent, and you can issue lease agreements with no restriction on the duration of the lease on behalf of the apartment complex. Managers of condo communities, they can issue lease agreements as well for no longer than 1 year. Do not receive any type of compensation on the transaction. They can be salaried, right? And you saw this from earlier, owner developers, salaried employees like timeshare. We talked about that, didn't we? Go to page 36. Sorry. If you're appointed by the court of law to liquidate property on behalf of a deceased person, like you're the executor of an estate of a deceased person, you don't need a real estate license in that capacity. Look on line 10. Have you heard of POA? What's POA stand for? Yeah, with that legal document, you can handle legal matters on another person's behalf, including a real estate transaction, without needing a real estate license, if you have that legal document. The person who you assign to handle legal matters is called an attorney in fact. We'll come back to this in a later unit. Miscellaneous exemptions. If you're renting a mobile home lot, you don't need a real estate license. If you're selling a cemetery lot, you don't need a real estate license. They're not considered to be real property, guys. Not considered to be real property. If you're selling a business that's publicly traded, you don't need a real estate license. And if you work at the reception desk at a hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, you don't need a real estate license to rent a room. And check this one out. This is interesting. Has anybody lived in an apartment community before? Ever? You ever rent an apartment? Usually they have some type of referral program in place. Like if you refer a tenant to the same complex and they sign a lease, you can get some type of credit, right? But in Florida, it's no more than how much cash. But sometimes they give you more, but not cash. They give you credit towards next month's what? Rent. You ever seen that before? Any questions here? I feel like I skipped something. Skip this, didn't I? Yeah. We can go back. This is on page 27. It says exemptions from the education that's required to either get the license or renew the license. We know course 1 is the pre-license course for sales associate. Course 2 is the pre-license course to become a what? Broker. Post-license is what we call the first renewal For sales associate or broker, remember for sales associate, it's 45 hours. For brokers, it's 60. And every renewal after the first is called a CE. What does CE stand for? And how many hours is that? 14. Now, if you have a 4-year degree in real estate, first of all, God bless you. If you spend 4 years to take a 2-week course, because really, and I did research on this because I was thinking, okay, what if I wanted to teach higher education? What if I wanted to teach the class I'm already teaching, but in a university? What would it take? First of all, I need a teacher's degree. I'm pretty sure there's like some temporary thing there's a way around it. Maybe you would know about it. I'm going to pick your brain on it. But you would need that first. And then also, I wanted to find out if the curriculum was that much more extensive from what we teach in class, because it's a 4-year degree for real estate. It's got to be very, very meticulous and very in-depth, the knowledge that more than what we discuss in class. So I spoke with the instructor and I said, can I look at your materials? They were open and honest with me. They shared their curriculum with me. I looked at it. It's the same damn thing we teach in class that we cover in 2 weeks. They stretch it over 4 years and charge you about $80,000 for it. It's criminal. It's criminal. And after 4 years of this education, at least you don't have to take this class, nor do you have to take the pre-license course to become a broker, and you're exempt from your first renewal. But you still have to complete your CE. I want you to understand that once that university hands you a diploma that says, oh, congratulations, you have a 4-year degree in real estate, they don't also hand you a real estate license. It just means you don't have to take this class, which means you still have to apply, submit fingerprints, and pass a state what? Come on. What is it really worth? And if you're a Florida licensed what? Attorney. If you also have a law license, you don't have to take this class. Pre-license for sales associate. Still have to do the pre if you want to become a broker. Still have to complete your first renewal. But lawyers have to renew their law license, so they always have to stay up to date on the laws. And guess what the majority of the 14-hour class is? Yeah, learning updates in laws, rules, and regulations. Any questions here? Okay. We have an obligation every single night. As a Cameron Academy student, you have an obligation every single night, and I want you to turn to page 13 so you can see it. Yes, page 13. At the top of page 13, it says Unit 1, what? Exam. At the end of every unit, there's 19 units in this textbook. We just covered 2 of those units already. We're moving along. At the end of every session, we're done with our session for today, and we're done a little bit early. You're still going to get the credit. You are required to work on these questions independently. Once you get home, as home what? Homework. Yes, there's a little bit of homework, nothing overwhelming, nothing you can't handle. And the beautiful thing about this homework is I assign you this and make you work on this independently because I know of the tremendous benefit that comes with doing this homework. These are state exam type questions that you're getting exposed to. And it just reviews the major points that we discuss within each unit. So it really drives home that knowledge that you have to retain. It's a 3-fold learning process here at Cameron Academy. We introduce you to the information, you challenge yourself with the information, these questions, and then we review the next day. So I'm not just going to leave you blowing in the wind. Tomorrow we're going to review together as a class, and I'm going to call on you to read out the question and tell me what you got as your answer. So don't have an awkward moment between you and I because you didn't work on these. Get the most out of your investment, and that's doing these questions every single night. Are you with me? Okay. And you're doing the questions for units 1 and 2 because we covered units 1 and 2 tonight. Listen, I don't care about these practice questions throughout the unit. You could do those for kicks and giggles if you wish, but you are obligated to review questions at the end of each unit. Any questions? First day of school, how you guys feel? Good? All right. Push in your chairs, clean up your mess, drive safe. God bless. I will see you mañana. Hopefully you guys enjoy class. Got a lot of good information. My pleasure.
Have a
Great.
good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, thank you.
Great night. Is that the only active,
For next class? Good night.
or does it apply to both? I'm not quite sure.
Oh, I was asking that based off of the renewals for the post education. Like, do you have to be active or inactive?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so no matter what.
No matter what,
Okay,
you are obligated to complete the education.
gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Have a